So good day, everyone. Welcome to the International Photography Symposium, also known as Boundaries. Today I have the honor to introduce you to 7 international artists who traveled from faraway places to spend some time with you. And we have from that side of the table Michael Mersenis, Maria Ralemska, Peter Pflugler, Stefan van Tuyne, Oxia Villamonte, Ross Sawyers, and Susanna Marketa Matskova. But also we have with us Thomas Greeno, the head of International Academic Development at the Glasgow School of Art, and a photographer who is interested in invented histories via artifacts that he creates or finds, like for instance an old diary that he found in Singapore, and that triggers narratives, true or false, leading to the creation of artworks. And Thomas may not be participating in the exhibition Boundaries biography, but nonetheless he is here for you, and he will be happy to do portfolio reviews with you tomorrow. So sign up, connect, and gain knowledge. And joining us today from Tallinn, Estonia, is David K. Ross, a Canadian artist whose work is described as on the crossroads of photography and cinema, with a focus on the ephemeral and nebulous aspects of civic and cultural infrastructures. On his website and Instagram page, Infrastructure, so not Inferno, but Infrastructure, you can view his work. And a project that caught my attention is titled Dark Rooms, photographs made in the near-complete darkness of storage areas that belong to artists and galleries. For this, he used extremely long exposure times, sometimes up to multiple days in length, to produce images that document the storage spaces of artists, as well as the passage of time. So take a look at his work and also sign up for portfolio reviews with David K. Ross. And David, thank you for being with us today and for being, available to meet our students. Before we begin the show, let me introduce you to what this is all about. So for those who are new here and maybe not yet familiar with the project, Boundaries is the title of the annual International Photography Symposium and Exhibition. The project was founded by the Dean of the Ladislava Sutnara Faculty of Design and Art, Wojciech Albrecht, 11 years ago. And since 2018, I have been curating the editions that bring together international artists in projects that take a closer look at their work from a specific angle of a curatorial concept. Following the tradition, each year I curate a different Boundaries exhibition in the Ladislava Sutnara Gallery. We also invite the international artists who participate in the exhibition to spend a week in the always appealing Central Europe, here in Plzni, to introduce their work to an audience of students and teachers in a symposium. And while they are here anyway, they are quite easily convinced into doing portfolio reviews and workshops with the students. So that's the tradition, but the boundaries of traditions are meant to be transgressed, I can hear you thinking. Yes, let us transgress. Of course, it has become clear to us that the International Photography Symposium and Exhibition isn't only about photographic images anymore. In fact, the new title of the project, Boundaries, describes its own intentions. While obviously not eclipsing photography altogether, the project wishes to explore the periphery, including, for instance, crossovers with different artistic mediums, or art that is based on or inspired by photography in mediums such as painting, video installation, performance, immersive art, and so on. This indeed implies that future editions of Boundaries will welcome the participation and involvement of our faculty's studios of multimedia, new media, interactive design, and perhaps another one or two. So it's actually a good thing that 2 years ago, the Dean decided to use my 2018 exhibition title Boundaries for this project, because I would seriously experience physical pain if I would have to announce a project with a title that sounds like the international photography, multimedia, new media, interactive design, and perhaps another one or two symposium and exhibition. So let's be real. And speaking about reality, it is also important to understand that our joint interest in the boundaries of photography serves as an avenue into talking about concepts and ideas, exploring ways of thinking as much as ways of doing. So your learning process isn't at all so much focused on the question, how did you make this? But more on the questions, what is this? Why did you make this? And why did you make it the way you made it? Today, revelation will find you in astonishing disclosures via the answers of the international artist to your why and what questions about their work. But before the artists bring clarity or confusion, we have one more thing to talk about. The Boundaries exhibitions are put together based on a curatorial concept. Past editions dealt with poetics of conflict, integrated photography, and time. The topic of the project of next year will be travel. And this year we are interested in the subject of biography. So, biography. Why am I so interested in the biography? For that we need to go back in time now. In the summer of 2005, I visited the exhibition Andrew and Felicitas by the French-Brazilian artist Pablo Pineapple in Extra City Kunsthalle in Antwerp, Belgium. In this exhibition that showed photographic works, 16mm film projections, slides, photos, artifacts, and texts, Pineapple unraveled and reconstructed his family's and relatives' history and environment. He particularly focused on the life tales of a German anthropologist, Felicitas Bahr, who was close friends with his mother, and on the adventures of his stepfather, Andrew Reed. So Felicitas Bahr worked as a director of a Brazilian dance company until one day she integrated with an Indian tribe after surviving a plane crash. Only years later she returned back to Rio de Janeiro, where she became known in the streets as the old woman carrying a toucan on her shoulders. And the film on stepfather, Andrew Reed, deals with all kinds of plots, near-death experiences, kidnappings, confrontations with cannibals and coke dealers. So while the curator of that exhibition explained that Andrew and Felicitas was a research on cultural identity and how it is molded by space, dislocation and memory, and their continuous interference with the present, I was intrigued not so much with the fantastic life stories of these two protagonists, but with the act of the reconstruction of narrative, hearsay, stories and facts, locations and movements between those locations, disappearances or voids that were visually integrated in the retelling of the narratives via the means of found footage, materials from the artist's family archive, interviews, amateur investigations, and reenactments, all of which served as an attempt to demystify the protagonists. In that same year, in 2005, I was finishing my studies in philosophy while already curating a couple of exhibitions, but mainly in Antwerp and Amsterdam. But then I was, and still am, fascinated with the Austrian philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein. But before I actually would even attempt to dig my way through his 1921 Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, I needed to know as much as possible about his background, about his family and the social political context in which he grew up, about his way of living. I wanted to know why he abandoned philosophy after he completed his first book, which when it got published he didn't like, but at least he felt he had said everything he wanted to say and therefore he had nothing more to say. And just to give you an illustration, because you encouraged me so much, I'm of course happy to share with you the first chapter of his Tractatus. It goes like this. 1. The world is all that is the case. 1.1. The world is a totality of facts, not of things. 1.11. The world is determined by the facts and by their being all the facts. For 1.12, for the totality of facts determines what is the case, and also whatever is not the case. 1.13, the facts in logical space are the world. 1.2, the world divides into facts. 1.21, each item can be the case or not the case while everything else remains the same. That's it. Well, that's it is not part of the text, of course, but Peter, you are from Austria, right? So you know Ludwig Wittgenstein, of course. Okay. There's another thing, like it goes like this. 1, Peter Pfluger creates a WhatsApp chat group. 1.2, he kicks everyone out of the group. 1.3, to be alone. So with this, I want to briefly go back to the topic of biography that I chose as a concept for the exhibition of the project Boundaries. So this Pablo Pineapple exhibition I saw in 2005 was perhaps my first encounter as an emerging curator with an example of how the artist-researcher reconstructs narratives by using archive materials, found footage, interviews and memory. In this case, I was fascinated by how the artist became a kind of historian, certainly not a reliable one, but one who shuffles fragmented facts in such a way that a new connection can be made. And by doing that, another narrative was created in between the images and artworks in the exhibition, sort of like in the empty space, the space usually not paid attention to. And with my reference to Ludwig Wittgenstein, it was important to me to find an opening into his impenetrable philosophical text via his biography. His Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus is so annoyingly complex that I wanted to find a glitch as an entry point into his thinking. I'm not sure if I find it, but I'm still trying at least. So the biography makes us better understand the context of a person or of an event, but also of an artwork, philosophical text, musical composition, and so on. And the biography contributes significantly to the understanding of what, how, and why an artwork or text communicates a certain message and why that certain message was communicated. So the biography recreates the social and political milieu of an artist, his family background, pivotal events that influenced his life and work, people who crossed his path and that changed his personal views in one way or another, and so on. But if we believe the literary critic and academic Hermione Lee, who stated that history is seen through a perspective that is the product of one's contemporary society, and as a result, biographical truths are constantly shifting. In an essay she wrote titled "The Art of Life, Are Biographies Fiction?" Then we must understand indeed that a biography is a recreation of someone's life, seen through the lens of the social and political climate and personal convictions of the author of the biography. So while the first question presented in the concept of this exhibition deals with the always shifting context of biographical truth, knowing that nevertheless the biography aims to recreate a context from the past and that is destined to change over time, the second deals with the question on how artists work with biography and autobiography. Because if artists fictionalize life and events via the essential and inevitable process of translating life and events into artworks, then what are we looking at? What are the boundaries of biography? So what are we looking at? Everyone here now indeed wants to know. We have all these questions about the works of these artists that are sitting here at the table. So let's do that. So dear artists, first of all, thank you for joining the symposium of Boundaries Biography, and I hope you are ready because there's no way out anymore. We will begin with no one less than Michael Mersenis. Based in Glasgow and teaching in the Fine Art Department of the Glasgow School of Art, Michael Mersenis is an artist from Greece who began working with photography after completing his studies in philosophy and political science in Germany and history of art and photography in Greece. Hi, Michael. How are you doing? So this is your moment. Please enlighten us.
Thank you, Jan, for the introduction. I guess it's a really nice bridge because last night when I was sort of landing in Pilsen, the first slide that I changed on the PowerPoint presentation was this. When I was invited to participate in the symposium and the exhibition, your voice was clearly in my head. Jan said, I must ask you, Michael, how is the work connected to the notion of biographies? Well, this short presentation is aimed to do just that, to be both an answer to this question as well also as a proposition. The proposition being very, very clear. Our biographies make us what we are, and our biographies make the work be what the work is. Speaking to Peter this morning, I realized it's quite a daunting task to try and avoid talking about my biography, but then make work that comes directly from it. So this presentation is working around these issues. I want to begin with a kind of manifesto, things that are on my mind. I dream of journeys repeatedly. Theodore Roethke said that. I work remotely, I work outside, I work away from home. The place I work in normally has a catalytic effect on me and the work. The cameras I use are both allies and enemies. And of course, material qualities of material changed by light are an obsession of mine. I work in and around and against photography. Now, a kind of biography, I guess, is that I come from Greece. I studied in Germany, I studied in Scotland. I moved around quite a lot. I now work in Scotland. And currently I work as a lecturer in the Glasgow School of Art. I've spent more time away, really, this year, being away from home than actually being at home. I guess when nomadism comes to play, the first thing on my mind was nostalgia. That gnawing feeling of wanting to return somewhere, perhaps what you thought you came from. Transhistorical reconstruction, really, of a past that is lost, with no delay of the homecoming. I would like to propose a third type of nostalgia, this repeated unearthing of something that is uncertain and incomplete, a narrative, a story, a biography perhaps, that is not ended. Silver is an obsession of mine. I started working with silver in my studies. I got silver from reclaimed sources, from photographic materials. It's one of these materials that are fascinating. It's medicinal, yet toxic, and it also makes light-sensitive surfaces to what they are. I started off with a project that I want to talk to you about called Ithaca. It's very, very rare to have any sort of awards, I guess, in the art school where I studied. One of them had to do with the proposition of a journey, a travel. I thought it was really straightforward. What I needed to do is go back to find Ulysses' homeland. I thought, how hard is this, really? It isn't. The only map for that place was Homer's Odyssey. Now, if you haven't read it, it's a beautiful piece of text, but the one thing it lacks, even though it speaks of the one place he wants to return to, is a map. There are 7 possible locations of Ithaca. One of them is in Greece, what's now called modern Ithaca. The other one is a really tiny island off of it, called Atokos Island. A big island, quite a popular tourist population called Kefalonia. Another one, Lefkada. A further one, some believe, called Corfu. And on top of that, there is a small island off the coast of Denmark called Leo. And weirdly enough, a place called Culloden in Scotland. I started looking for a single place to go back home, where he would have gone back home, and then I ended up finding 7 of them. The only map I had was the one in the Odyssey. He describes Ithaca. He says it's sunny, and then atop of her stands a sea mark, a mountain that doesn't exist called Neriton, leafy edges shimmering in the wind. So everything I had was effectively 11 verses of a very old text of a place that actually may never have existed, or if it ever did, I was sure never to find that. So I started moving around from place to place, from an Ithaca to another Ithaca, making work there with an 8x10 format camera, very large thing, awkward to carry around, difficult to focus. Everything, the world in that camera is upside down and left to right. But what was on my mind, since Ithaca was such an uncertain thing, was to think through a way of not making photographs, but working through negatives. The work you're going to be seeing here, even though it's photographic in one sense, it's not really made on paper. Imagine a silver plate. Everything that you see on the silver plate being white is actually silver. Everything that's black, it's silver that's been darkened. These things are live works, moving from place to place, from Ithaca to Ithaca. I ended up making a series of works that was effectively destined to become dark. The process at that point was really quite awkward. All of them are unique pieces. They're unreproducible. There are no negatives to speak of. The works, in a way, for me, speak about a proposition of photography that goes beyond the negative in the print, a state that effectively is latent. The work here is from many, many Ithacas, but effectively they all form out to become my own. I may not have found the place, but I made the place inside the camera. I was obsessed with travels, so when that thing finished and still didn't find my own place to go back to, I started to think and obsess about all these things that I discovered during these journeys around these 7 places. You see, silver is on my mind. I'm obsessed by it. The series of works propose a series of considerations about how things become uncertain, how things become depicted, and then turn to black. Ithaca, in the end, Homer said it better than me, is everything and nothing. It's clear seen, it's shining, it's bright. It's also low-lying, it's rocky, it's dark, and it's far. Effectively, my Ithaca is in between these places, between the paper and the negative, in a constant state of darkening silver. It's effectively between a state of coming and between a state of going. When that project finished, there's something on my mind about finding one element that could be particular. Badiou calls it thinking the singular, the one thing. I was one asked by students, what is the one thing that drives me? I thought, well, I don't know. I don't know if I have this one thing. Maybe that one thing effectively could be silver. A primary matter, a prima materia, maybe, in the quest of pre-Socratic philosophers, whether it's water, endless mass, harmony, or fire, or unity, the one, the elements. Maybe silver is the one. Out of a bed, I decided to think through how to make this thing permanent, how to make silver liquid. Now, I'm not a scientist. I failed chemistry in school, quite unforgivingly, but there's something about the experimentation in the darkroom that could lead to other things that school may perhaps never do. So, without being descriptive, without having any subject other than the photograph itself, I started working in the darkroom to find something that is liquid and silver. The work started very, very simply by carving glass pieces, projecting photographs on them, experimenting with dyes, thinking through, avoiding the question on my mind. The question being, what is something that can be photographically impermanent? But of course, at the end of the day, this wasn't anything I was looking for. I needed to find that one thing that would make things that are fleeting into static objects, photographs. Now, a previous professor of mine in the art school said, well, you know, this is completely stupid. First of all, it can't be done. Second of all, I've never heard anything like it. Third of all, it's impossible. And the question that most vexed me is, why don't you just buy silver paint? Well, it is a scientific fact that making liquid silver is both dangerous and impossible. That's what I thought. It's not only possible, but it's also hazardous. You're talking about highly toxic materials. During the process, experiments in the darkroom, working after hours alone, I managed to burn my fingers, poison my liver, and had great fun in the darkroom. But at the end, I managed to find a way to make a stable chemical solution of silver that is liquid, something that you can fill in a glass with, something that you can coat negatives with, or paper for that matter. When the solution activated, I was dealing with about 5 gallons of liquid silver, and it tainted everything. My shoes, the trays in the darkroom, brushes that I used to stir the chemicals. I wasn't ready for that, but I ended up finding what I was looking for. Liquid silver thing. It ended up being part of the show, a beaker, very simple, with a solution that would evaporate, and that once that evaporation would take place, everything it touched would turn to silver. During that time, I guess, the clever thing to do was to make a patent out of it. So I started thinking about what to do with it. I didn't want to make money of it. It cost already enough. When I put the patent online and sort of put it forward to the patent office, I got a phone call from the Ministry of Defense. They were interested in using that thing for, well, military applications. I asked them what it would be used for, and they said, well, silver is quite interesting in its conductivity, and we were thinking about using it for submarines. Now, funnily enough, my background also has to do with the Navy and submarines. Back in Greece, you have a prescriptive military service, so they ask you to go on a 2, maybe 3-year stint on a place. My place was a boat that used to frequently move between Greece and Turkey. And part and parcel of that boat was to hunt submarines. So I had to turn the Military of Defense on and say I couldn't help them there. Sorry, the patent is not for sale. During that time in the Navy, I guess skills come to a person. Not everything has to do with solving problems. A lot of skills have to do with, let's just call it, creating problems. So the last thing on my mind was to do something that would help submarines. The water space between the on the Aegean Sea, between Greece and Turkey, is a place that I actually quite enjoy working. It's a place of problems, tensions. And this leads us to the work that you're going to be seeing in the gallery today, transmissions to Ukraine. When the war was declared, when the first invasion took place, I think all of us were in a state of shock. I certainly was in a state of shock. It brought me back to a place where war becomes real. There's all types of responses. I think most of you know all about them better than I ever could. You see, I live in Scotland, which is quite far away from here. The first response was the international outcry. The other response was fear and a sense of disbelief. My response was that I know these all too familiar conditions of warfare that is effectively waged silently. Now, this silent warfare moves to open wounds, open grounds, open warfare. I didn't just want to wish people well. Not that there is anything wrong with that, but I thought that maybe in my biography, maybe I could do something different. An opportunity to act, to shift from fiction to action. And since I was in active service before, I guess that's the proper word, active service. Before becoming a lecturer in fine art, perhaps, maybe, a project that would allow, in my biography, to have a little bit of a chance of a redemption. So I started thinking, what do I need? Well, the things one need to wage war are a weapon, ammunition, training, logistics, and a purpose. Very similar to making photographs. A camera, film, education, a method, an idea. So using the principles of photography, I started thinking about waging war. I started off with a weapon. During the time in the Navy, there were people who, let's just say, owed me a couple of favors. So now was the time to cash back. I asked for a radio and modifications. a way to listen in to military frequencies and to transmit on them. Ammunition. I put up a call of papers asking people to contribute to this project. The project is to put a set of radio transmissions to the open air spectrum with an intended audience to be not the gallery world, but anyone who's affected by the recent Russian invasion of the Ukraine. So words can effectively resonate where people can actually hear them. Not think about them, but hear them live on the radio, in the battlefield. Not read about them, but see them, coming to them straight on. The ambition here is effectively the following: to investigate the role of text in an actual situation and in situ, rather than actually being divorced than from the situation of a current event, and to investigate the function of an auditory and transmissional work in conflict zones. A military radio will be used for the transmission, and each transmission is going to have a multiple effect and function. First, it's going to interject word and sound in a radio spectrum that is frequently occupied by military transmissions. That zone that civilians don't normally either listen to or enter. Second, to propose an alternative content to a military operation. Each transmission is going to be anonymized, and each transmission is going to run for an hour. With every transmission, that transmitter shifts location. Now, like every curator knows all too well, you put in a call for participation and you get all sorts of reactions. From the funny to the tragic, from the heartfelt to the fear, from excitement to trepidation. I got many broken promises. Of course, Michael, the idea sounds great. I'm definitely going to send you something. That never came. But I also got surprisingly interesting reactions from people who were quiet about this, but had stuff to talk about. And they just felt that they didn't have the opportunity to do that. In the show, you're going to be seeing quite a weird, convoluted piece of document, a record of a transmission. The beginning and the end are marked at the top of the bottom. The message is somewhere where you can cut it and distribute it. The coda and the idea of the message follows NATO military transmissional code, and on the bottom, a condition of legality. This is an unsanctioned artwork, of course. Each transmission was made for 1 hour in the day, and I'm trying to match days of warfare with days of transmission. The principal code of transmission is Morse code, 20 words per minute, long, short dashes. The distance between Glasgow and Kiev, as the crow flies on a straight line, is not how radio waves go. The process is effectively based on propagation. So the site where the transmission is made from is paramount to the success. I had the sites I had to do work, from things that are quite picturesque to things that are industrial and decrepit. The image here is secondary, I'm aware of that. It's a record of sorts, always, of course. One transmission, one image, every time, every day, for every single day. The image is secondary to the work, but it's primary to communicating its content. This is about reaching out. Between Glasgow and Kiev, you're talking about 1,500 miles, 2,500 kilometers. Sending a radio wave is like skipping stones on water. You need to be really, really careful and really, really good. The transmitter is small, man-portable, packable. But it's not light. Walking up a hill with that is not an easy feat, but it keeps me fit and it keeps me happy. The work is made of the text that is transmitted, the site from which the transmission took place, and there is also a sound work that allows a very real image of a soundscape that is around us, but it's not necessarily aimed to civilians. The work is not aimed towards civilians. The work is aimed in the mid of strife. You will hear in the sound piece number stations, which are effectively beacons of communication between armed forces. You will hear conversations between people. You will hear military operations. You will hear pleas for call for help. and you will hear pleas for attack. The work is installed so that you can read another message if you're so inclined. And if you aren't, that's okay. Morse code is not necessarily clear-cut method of communication. If you read the message between pictures and texts, you can read a simple sentence called "This is war." The work is not finished up until now. I still have a lot to do. I was hoping this war would be faster, but of course, it isn't. It goes on. Right now, I'm working on trying to figure out a way of finishing what I call the Old World cycle. Having never found Ithaca, I'm looking for Troy and Atlantis. 3 sites, one of them being home, the other one a place of strife, and the third one a place of learning. Maybe in a biography, these 3 places are important to me. I continue to work in the space between Greece and Turkey. It's a place full of conflict. If everything goes well this summer, I will be installing beacon on an unmarked small islet between Greece and Turkey. There's a huge flux of immigration every time from Greece to Turkey on the way to Europe. People that have no place, people that have no home, unknown people. What the locals do when they find somebody dead and washed up on the shore is to put in a small marble plate writing unknown and the date when they were found, and they're giving an arbitrary number. I'm collecting these stories, and I'm trying to find a place to install a transmitter that will transmit the details of these unknowns. It will be almost like a memorial of sorts, something that exists, not in a physical sense. 7 men were set adrift on Friday, 19th March. All 7 have been put in plastic hand restraints. 2 of the 7 drowned at sea. The bodies have been recovered. 1 of the men died at the hospital soon after the remaining members of the group were rescued by the Coast Guard. A 4th man was still not found. This is the shape of an antenna. If it reminds you of a garrote, I think you're in the right track. Work, radios, antennas, cameras can be tools, they can be weapons. Right now, I have 31 cameras between Greece and Turkey documenting their own condition. I work in an arc. Old places seem to have an affinity for arcs. 2 plates move, constantly rubbing off each other, creating tensions. The cameras are made to build. They're made very, very simply from wood. I camp and I install the cameras and I leave them there for months at a time. I created a sort of a trigger, an actuator, a cable release that moves with pressure. So every time the ground moves, the image is made. Every time there is an earthquake, a simple picture is taken on top of another picture, on top of another picture. These works document their own condition. These events were never meant to be photographed. It's a little bit about time, I guess, about archaeology, about photography, about art. A long duration of a time that is not human, a time that is geographical, individual time, the time that the event is taking place. The earthquake photographs itself. A lot of these cameras are broken, stolen, but like the movement of land and water, these events happen in our absence. They happen against our will. They happen away from us. They're not meant to be photographed. They're not meant to be witnessed. They're not meant to be observed. They're not meant to be preserved. They're not even meant to be lived. They're not for us. They're not for our cameras. They are for themselves. So, as such, they resist a photographic condition that presents them before us. And I'm not sure when this project is going to finish. Right now, I think on my mind it would be beautiful to make a series of earthquakes that happened and to collect them. I need to think about them. I need to think about how they happen in time that is outside mine. Finally, I guess for me, I wanted to talk to you about another part of biography, maybe not absolutely unconnected. Signal on the nature of light. I spoke to you about submarines before. In my time hunting them, being inside them, working in them, and traversing the lands and the waters with them. The place between Greece and Turkey is a place where submarines frequent and they traverse silently. Civilians are never going to be able to either see them or experience them. Maybe that's a good thing. But like wars and radio waves, so submarines happen all around us. So I found a place, one of the many places that is in close proximity between Greece and Turkey, where the water is deep enough for submarines to converse. This sea route has no name, but it's very frequently referred to as Sea Route S. Tensions between Greece and Turkey in the recent conversation about submarines deal with that route, moving from one place to another, undetected. Have a look at all the newspapers. They sort of talk about it, just like me, sort of talking about pieces of biography. I'm in the process of making 2 sets of sonars right now, made from industrial type pipe. These sonar blueprints have been, let's say, borrowed from the Ministry of Defense. I'm no engineer. So the sonars are going to be down in about 20-meter depth, deep enough for submarines to pick them up. And when a submarine crosses their path, one sonar is going to start the conversation, and the one sonar will say, "There is light here," and then the other sonar will respond to, "There is no light here." What this project is about, and it's quite a bizarre project to make something that is built to be 20 meters underwater, I realize. It speaks about a condition of tension, a condition of warfare, maybe even a condition of biography. 2 things. There is light here, there is no light here. Back and forward. I guess, for me, a condition of photography, a condition of biography. Hopefully, this explains the work without talking too much about me. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. This is a good time to have a question for Michael after his presentation. Michael, because when I want to refer back to the work transmissions to Ukraine. A couple of students who saw the exhibition already and were sort of looking at it with great fascination. And of course, like in the context of the symposium, the project about photography, they were looking at the photos, like as a sort of like a first thing to look at. Not so much the transmissions and the reports, the data around the photos, but so. And also, you mentioned that like the images are secondary to the work. So you, in fact, acknowledge that the act of transmitting is the core of the work. But then you go out to a lakeside or to a forest and to transmit the messages to Ukraine, and then you take a photo of the site where the transmission has been made. So in maybe like what capacity do you take that photo? Is it do you approach it as an artist who takes a photo that needs to be printed and exhibited, or as a documentation, or a combination of those options?
I think the primary function for this particular work for me on the photograph is to document. It's really bizarre trying to speak about something, a whole space, a transmissal space that was never meant to be for civilians, was never meant to be accessed by civilians, was never made to be viewed by civilians. What the photographs do for me is a couple of things, Jan. One, they document the thing. They document the place. The place is paramount to the transmission. Without the right place, these things will not reach where I want them to go. Secondly, I think it's important for me to document it for myself, to remember. In Morse code transmission, you have a very tiny piece of metal, 2 tiny pieces of metals that connect to each other when your hand moves on a certain rhythm. That rhythm is quite fast. It's faster than a photograph, normally. Faster than my photographs, normally. A photograph allows me to sort of take that time, take that frame for myself. Not necessarily for exhibition, but then a lot of the stuff we make is not necessarily for showing. Or maybe most of the stuff I make is not necessarily for showing, but it's for me. The third thing is when opportunities arise to discuss the work, especially work that is cryptic, work that needs to be deciphered, translated even to normal language, not mill speak, but real speak. Photographs help. They provide a sort of self-compressed sign that speaks about something happening somewhere, an event of some sort. So I use them in all three capacities.
And now the military transmitter is here in Pilsen in the gallery, so
yes.
The project is on hold, or how do you see it?
The project is on hold, yes. The project is on hold, or not. It would be so convenient to tell you that the project is on hold because my radio is here, but that's not true. Why the project is on hold is, one, it's very difficult to find things to transmit. Two, it's very difficult to find places to transmit. And three, my hands are tired. This is a one-man war operation. It's hard to continue to do this. I don't want to give up, but I feel my hands becoming tired. I thought this would have finished by now, clearly. This has only just begun. So the project is on hold now. Let's think about it almost as a break from action. Maybe a break from action, back to fiction, and then maybe back to action again. The ambition is to find a publisher and put these things out for people to read. The ambition is to find a space for them to be out to the people, because they've already been out where they need to be. Now, I would like them to be out to audiences. Ideally, 300, 350 transmissions would be my limit. And then maybe something else.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. No questions from the audience? We have a microphone here. Yes.
My name is Daria. Now I'm working at your gallery and with the exhibition. And I really was interested to ask you about these texts because I found a lot of text that's written from the Bible in Russian, and I want to ask you what sense it has.
Yes, the text from the Bible, of course, are, well, first of all, the majority of the texts are not my words. They were given to me by people who wanted these messages to carry through. Yes, so they submitted to me, and I sent it over. When those texts reached me, the first thing on my mind was to ask, why? I'm not a Bible person, but I have read it through and through, and I am familiar with this text. It's from a piece called Sermon to the Mount. The reason why the person who wanted me to send these texts and not others wanted me to send those is so, in their words, to hit home. Russian army is mostly religious. They're familiar with the text. A text about repentance, a text about calling things to stop and speaking about peace, they felt would make a lot of sense to them. The vehicle, in this case, Daria, thank you for picking that up. The vehicle is the radio, the transmission, the code, but also the text of the Bible as a container of meaning. So they thought it would hit home. The radio, the sound piece that's in the gallery, I don't blame you for not having patience to go through this. This is quite a tedious thing, but it's a very real thing. Inside there, you may find a Russian officer swearing at me after transmitting that particular text, Sermon to the Mount. So, yeah, it went home. Does that make sense?
It really has sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael and Daria. Our next speaker is Maria Ralemska. Some of you already know her because earlier this year she spent about 5 weeks in Pilsen to work on a new project called Exuviae that was exhibited in the Ladislava Sutnara Gallery. Maria Ralemska is an emerging artist based in Kyiv, Ukraine. In many of her projects, she experiments with various disciplines such as photography, sculpture, painting, video performance, and installation. Maria often works with themes of victimhood, trauma, and their manifestation and possible life-changing effects on the human psyche. Her artworks stem from personal experiences, so she retraces and re-experiences certain events that had an impact on her. And by doing so, Ralemska lays bare the issues of memory transformation, loss of home, the woman's position in today's society, also sexuality, vulnerability, fear, and death. So Maria, welcome back, and please tell us more.
Hello. Hello. Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. Yes, my name is Maria Ralemska, and I'm really happy to be again in Pilsen. So, Jan, thank you very much for inviting me. Yes, I was here on the residency project Zaras, and it was a very, very good time here. I'm happy to see you again. I have no prepared special speech. I just want to tell my story, how I become to work with the photos and with my body practice. But first of all, I want to say that I'm also very happy to meet all the artists. Thank you, Michael, for your interesting speech. Yes, and I want to say that now I feel much more safe, and I'm lucky that I can sit in here with you in this warm place with electricity and all this technical stuff, because 8 years ago I come from Ukraine, and my family and a lot of my friends are in a different situation now, so I'm lucky. Yes, and I want to tell you my story, how I started to work with body and with photo. First, start from the pink star. Yes, it's began after break from very abusive relationship with all the crazy things that you can imagine. I was rented very cheap flat. You can see in the picture how it was looking. And you know, art is therapy for me, and I think very important thing also is the place and the space where I'm based. So it's also important for me to make this place more comfortable for me, to create art or just rest and everything. So in this rent room, I paint everywhere. I was very depressed after this break, and I lose myself. And so I feel that I want to paint everything very colorful to feel no depression. And this is the kitchen. Yes, I paint on the floor. I use different lights for my room and the kitchen, and also it was painting in the bathroom. It was everywhere, and I drawing in my flat. It was always a smell of the paint, but it was okay for me. Yes, and the important thing that I paint the pink star in the floor, And for me, this is like my own symbol of strange. And it was the place where I was trying to get more electricity and energy for life. I was dancing in this place in the middle of the star. I was meditate here, laying on the floor and different things. Yes, and also you can see the pink star now in my head, my haircut also now with the pink star. Yes. After I made the renovation in my place, I was alone because it was pandemic period, quarantine, and I was sitting all the time at home alone. And I started to reflect what's happened to me in this relationship, because it was really crazy. I was first time I was with broken hand after this relationship, and many psychical traumas. And I was sitting and thinking what I can do and how I can reflect. And also in this relationship, my ex-boyfriend asked me to delete all my photos on Instagram. And also I have 1 month's experience of wearing hijab to understand how it feels to be absolutely closed. But after I understand that it's impossible to feel all what I was feeling that time, and I understand that I need something like teenager protest. So I start to remember my teenager feelings with hard musics and all these things. And I understand that I need to make something like protest. So I think that that time I think I can make pictures with my body, work with my body, and maybe publish it on Instagram, also like protest. So it was my first shooting. I was create the costume from what I have at home, and it's also you see the shapes of the star, of this pink star. And you know, it was period when I don't like my body, and I don't understand what to do with my sexuality, because I was really stressed and I was scared that somebody can like me. So I tried to work with my view, and I made this costume. I invite my friends to help me. It was one girl who helped me paint my body, and the guy who make the photos, my photo assistant. Also, I usually make some decoration if it's in my place. It was the burning from this pink stars was burning of my like alter ego personage, which after in my practice helped me to work with trauma topics. So in my work I use this personage. This is personage with different costumes, with different views, but it's helped me to work with difficult topics. Yes. This is other pictures from this shooting. Yes, because you know, when I feel that I have some topics that I don't want to share with another people, that I'm afraid of talking about, so I understand that this is the topic in which I need to work in my art. So I'm trying to maximize this topic and to show it. So here you can see the projection of my hair on my body. First time I cut my hair after my boyfriend take me on the hair, and I cut it, and after make the projection. And also this is the projection of my scarf from my head. Yes, and I make also projection on my neck, because on my back, because this is also for me like difficult topic. It also was made in this relationship. And after this body and photo practice, I'm trying to understand who I am, I was looking at me, at my biography, at my past, and I also collect old photos from other people. So sometimes I work with these photos. I'm inspired from it, and I have a not very big collection, but I think it is enough big. Yes, I use these photos to try and remember people whom I don't know, and to try and understand myself more, because I understand that I collect only photos with which I have association from my own life. So one day I was looking at my wall, and old photos was everywhere, and I was sitting and trying to understand why I choose this photo, not other, why I bought this one, not other. And I understand that I'm collecting my own story, because I collected photo with which I have some association. Yes. So also this is the photos from Ukrainians. This is from Second World War. How I started to collect the photos? First, I was found on the internet message that one woman sells old photos of her relatives, which she don't remember, and I think that it's very sad that somebody don't want to remember or don't have opportunity to understand who is these people, because you know photos many years ago it was not so simple to and it's not so easy to have photo, and many people have only one photo in all life, or it was a photo after death. And many of my photos from my collection on the other side, it is like signature or something, some words like "please remember me" or some text like this. So I collect this photo, and in my practice I try to remember these people. Of course, this is imagination that I remember this, but I also use it in my painting. Yes, but today I want to talk about body practice. So. Here I use it in projection in my body to understand how history its connection with me, history of my country and my relative history. So here I make the collage with my family's photos and drawings, and also make the projection on the body. And here is another project. This is photos from preparation. It's like this is like more not project photo, but backstage, I think. Yes, I have two cats. They are in Ukraine now, two Sphinx, Matisse and Paul. Yes, and here is some photos from my place. And it was preparation for the project where I was shooting near my home, because the place where I live this years, it was 2 years ago. I live near Babi Yar. I think you heard about this place and about the tragedy of this place. So now in this place we have installation with this mirror, and also Marina Abramovich installation there. So I go into this place and make some photos to feel my connection with the place around, and it's inspired me for this view. Yes, it was just practice to feel what I'm feeling in this place. And always my photo shooting have some performance experience, so it's like photo performance for me always. And I think it's also interesting for my assistants to work with me, because it's always happened something interesting. So this is different work. It is experiments with projections of old photos. I have photos of leopard, and I make collages and make also projection where I was thinking about naked and vulnerability, and yes, also this one. This is also the experiments. This is the view which was inspired from old photo. And after, in my body practice, I ask some another artist to paint something on my body, to use my body like canvas. And here you see my old child friend Tanya Malik. She's a tattoo artist, and she was making some patterns on me. It was really funny practice. Yes. And also project to continue work with topic of naked body, what naked body can be, if it can be in sexual and erotic meaning or in some different other meanings. For example, like naked as lost privacy, or naked like open, or naked as animal. Different meanings, and I was making reflections and photos from this topic. Yes. In this shooting also I invite my friends who help me to make photos and paint on my body. This is the example of inspired of old photos. Sometimes I trying to make the same picture with decoration, and I always imagine different stories of the personage on the photos. Yes, so this is the woman. She is sitting near this tree, and I was imagining that this woman lost the child. So this view and these costumes for me is association with the topic of mother who lost the child. So you see the light on her belly. Yes, and on this shooting, after I inspired some view, it is always like an experiment with some performance parts when we make shooting with assistants. So it is really always interesting experience for me. And here is another project, but with the same costume. It is photos from Borodyanka. This is place near the Kiev, which was occupied by Russian. And I go there after the occupation to meet my friend who lived there. And we was walking around near destroyed buildings, and you know, when you see all this news on the charts on the YouTube and from other places, I was thinking that I saw so many things, so I will not surprised, or it will be absolutely okay for me to be in Borodyanka, because all this time I was in Kiev, and it's dangerous, and it's sometimes bombs falls in Kiev, but it's much more safe than in other places in the beginning of the war. And yes, after the occupation, I come there and we was walking, and my friend tell me the stories how people was dying there. We was walking, and she showed me the places like here was the family, and they're dying and laying here. And we was walking, and sometimes I feel the smell of the death there. Yes, and it was different stories, like people jumping from the windows because of the fire, or because they have no stairs because a bomb destroyed the building, middle of the building. I was walking there and imagine everywhere that if I live in here, I can death here at this moment. And I imagine different scenarios of my death or death of my family, or what people feelings, because you know who was safe and sitting in underground. It also was very stressful, and somebody killed themselves in the underground because some of the people lose all the family and other things. So this is photos made in the kindergarten where Russian soldiers was sitting. And here is I continue to use this view of the woman who lose the child. So I was make these photos, and also photos on the destroyed building, like this, about some histories of the woman. And also I was creating some photos about death. Here you can see this is also on the destroyed building. This is what was after bomb falling, of course after some cleaning. This is photo also from kindergarten. It was different reflection of this topic of death. Yes. So, and after I come to Pilsen, as you know, to the residency, and continue my body practice. And it was the performance and also photo performance. As you remember, who visit the gallery 5 weeks, me and another artist, Alena, we was sitting in the gallery and working there. It was our working space, and it was very difficult and different for me to work in the open space when viewers can come every day and see what I'm doing. And my place was near the window, so somebody was shouting me, and I feel like everybody watching me and waiting what I'm doing. So I was thinking that maybe I need to maximize these stressful feelings, and so I make the vitrine in the window. I make the decoration, and also I made the different skins, different layers of the skins. The performance and the project was called Exuvie. It's about insects get out of their skins, and in this process they have intoxication. They like free from toxins, and for me it also was something like this. And I was trying to be naked for the viewer, because everyone want to see what's inside of Ukrainians, you know. So I was I just showing the body, but you know I can't be naked in this spiritual meanings. And anyway, I can show what's inside of me, but I'm trying in my practice, of course. So the performance was about be naked and rest from these skin layers. I made like something paint with glue was inside the costumes, and when I cut it, the parts of the clay and the paint falls, and you see this metal construction on the decoration. And here was this part of the skin, and after it was working like installation. After performance finished, it was all exhibition like installation. Yes, and I really like that I choose the window with the world gallery. So I like that I also was like an object in the vitrine, and also it was like look like bloody striptease and object in the gallery vitrine. So I like this experience very much, and I'm very happy to have the experience of this residential. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Maybe some questions?
Yes, thank you, Maria. Anyone has a question for Maria?
No.
Well, those images of Bordianka, the let's say performance in Bordianka, they're quite intense, you know, to look at. Before we go to Peter, because I think he has a question. Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of nights ago, we spoke about your interest in the digital sphere. Like
yes.
You were in Berlin in an NFT conference, I believe you said.
Yes.
And you were thinking about sort of translating your work into a digital media. Like when you speak about alter ego, we can speak about avatar. Do you want to give some feedback on that?
Yes, I think I want to continue to experiment with my practice and maybe to make it also in the digital way, you know, because I think it's also because of when you're sitting in Ukraine without electricity, you sometimes you feel FOMO. Like scared that something new is going on and you don't know anything because people learning and you are sitting like 20 hours without internet connection. You can't call to your friend and you just sitting and thinking, oh my God, people like flying to the cosmos or something like this, and I'm sitting and concentration on this dark space. So yes, I think it's also about this. Yes, I want to experiment, to practice, to have new practice. Yes.
Daria, would you mind passing the microphone to the student in the back? She has a question.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I just wanted to ask if it's like you're reacting to some sort of things, or is it like the reaction is for the way for you to cope with the thing?
Yes, it's all about therapy and about reaction. And you know, I never sitting and thinking before what I will doing and why I don't write text or something like this. I don't do search on internet or something like this. For example, in Borodianka, it was like I feel something, and after 1 week, I understand that I need to do something, and it was the day before I need to go to the Pilsen. I have no time, you know. I understand that I have only 1 day, and after I will go to Pilsen to 5 weeks, so I need to do something, and I have no time to think. And I just bought some stuff that I think that maybe I can use, phone to my friends who can help me. And after we go to Borodianka, and it is always very experimental and very a lot of improvisation, you know. Of course, I'm asking photograph to make a lot of photos, or like making some sketches what I want to see when we are in the place, and I see everything and have a little plan in the space. But it's always very quickly, and I think for me it's more important to be inside of the process than the result. So when I was making this project in Borodianka, I was not sure that I will use it sometimes somewhere. I was thinking that for people who feel distress, it's too much to talk about this in Ukraine, you know, because people see it every day, every time, and I don't want to trigger them. So there is no publication of these photos. There is no. It's in Pilsen in the exhibition. You can see it, but there is no on internet or in another medias, because I think this is not time. Or maybe I will come back to Ukraine and understand that it's okay to publicate it. Yes, sorry if I answered the question.
No, you did. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, is it any questions? Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about, there's something about trauma, response to trauma, controlled trauma, accumulative trauma, and I was just wondering, how do you negotiate these layers that shift between experience and trauma?
Okay, you know, I think all Ukrainians are in trauma now, and me too, of course. And the first time when I come to Pilsen at September, it was my first going from the Ukraine in the period of the war. And first time when I come, I was depressed because you know, when you are inside in the city, you know that your family is near to you, and if the bomb fell, I will see it. And it's make you feeling that you control something, but when you're not in this place, for me it's about always searching the news, to reading and worrying. Maybe now it's happened something there and I'm not there. I can't help to anyone and other things. So for me it was really difficult to relax, because I understand that I'm in safe place and everything, but it was really difficult. And I understand that now, you know, when the war began, before it, we don't believe that it can begin. Of course, some of the people were scared and they going from Ukraine. They left Ukraine before the war, before the 24th of February. But me with my friends, we was sitting, we was a little bit scared, but we was joking. Are you ready for the war? Are you ready for this? Of course, it was more about the jokes, because we we can't imagine that in 21st century this is possible. But after it's begun at the 6 o'clock, you just wake up and what? And yes, so now I feel that in any place in the planet I can't feel myself safe, because now I feel that war can begin in any country, because for me it was unbelievable. And you know, when I was in Pilsen, of course you're scared of noise, like something fell and you just, oh my god, what is it? And the first time when after 21st of February, first 3 days was very stressful for all of us, and many times from this period people heard sound hallucination of alarm alarms, even if it no, and it was with all Ukrainians always hallucination of these alarms. Yes, so when I come to Pilsen, I was looking for the city, and first my thinking was not about what a beautiful old city. I was thinking, if it will be the plane and the bomb, where people will go in, and or I was thinking, this is the glass window and it can broken. This is not safe to stay in here. Or you just start to think and watch things in different way. Yes. So now I feel a little bit better, Yes, I can relax, but to be honest, I can feel myself much more relaxed in Ukraine. In Ukraine, when I meet my friends and we go somewhere, because we trying to don't stop the work, don't stop fun and everything. So when we meet, sometimes I forgot that this is the war. Sometimes it feels like everything okay, like before. But it's difficult to feel the same, not in Ukraine. Yes. So if I answer, yes.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
Before we take a short break, we cannot do anything else but listen to our next speaker. Peter Pflugler is an Austrian and in the Netherlands based visual storyteller with a background in dance and performance. He works mainly with photography and video on projects that explore the phenomenon of secrets and silence and their dynamics, the act of hiding and transgenerational trauma. Peter, now is the right time. We are ready for you.
All right. Thank you for having me. I will start with my biography. This is part of it, my name. It will also, I will come later to this part, to my back to the meaning of my name. When introducing yourself and when talking about biography, it's always a bit weird because it feels like you put these stamps and labels on yourself, and it's kind of like a definition of who you are. And I think the scary part about it that it's partly, to a big part, also true. Like it defines who I am. So it's a bit weird because, this is a self-portrait of mine. So shortly before I start to talk about my work that I present at the gallery and that I want to present to you here, I shortly tell a little bit about myself and my background. So, as Jan already mentioned, I'm from Austria. I grew up in a very small village on the countryside. I moved as fast as possible to Vienna after that, into the city, and I lived there for 10 years. I have a background as a dancer and performer. Yes, for 8 years I did that. I moved then to visual arts, to film and video, and arrived like 5 years ago at photography. But if I would, again, define myself, I would I'm trying now to call myself more like a visual artist. Like the storyteller aspect is still on my website, but I'm not so sure about this anymore. Yes, what I do is I work. I ended up in the Netherlands studying photography in The Hague. I graduated last year, and now my plan is to kind of like live between Austria and the Netherlands, but it doesn't work out. So at the moment, I live in the Netherlands. My work in general is also about trauma, but I look at trauma, especially how it is transferred from one generation to the next, and how especially the silence surrounding it even contributes to this transferring. So I'm very fascinated by the fact that things that we don't know consciously about are influencing our whole life, our growing up, our being, our way we experience the world. And there's a weird thing about that. As long as we don't know about these things consciously, we cannot put them into a system. So why am I so interested in that? I come back to the notion of biography. Of course, this interest in this topic is not because I just read an article about it and thought like, wow, that's amazing. In my personal family history, there was an incident when I was 2 years old. So my father went into the woods with the intention of never coming back. notice how I phrase this word. So this is kind of like the essence of my story, I would say. But instead of saying he tried to commit suicide, I use this more dancing around the facts language. This is, I will also come back to that part. This is also an important part of the topic of trauma in general and the way how I work with this topic. It's this impossibility of naming and showing it in a like direct way. So shortly about this incident, this story. My parents had, they were very young. They had 3 little kids. My sister was 1 year older than me. Then my brother was newborn. I was 2 years old. And then my father tried to commit suicide. He survived. And then my parents chose not to tell us kids for almost 20 years. I had a beautiful childhood in this area in Austria, a loving family. And yet there was a moment growing up where everything started to change and to shift. There were weird dreams and memories that I could not call my own. I didn't know where to put them. I started to feel a lot of grief that I could not place, and I didn't know where it came from. I developed a depression. I started to hurt myself. My parents were very worried, of course. They sent me to therapy. I did many years of therapies, found out something must have happened, but we couldn't put the finger on it. And then there was a moment where I confronted my parents and basically forced them to tell me what had happened. And this was the moment where I started to understand not only that I carry this backpack of things in on my back, but also what's inside of it. So this was the moment where I was able to start to create my own narrative about all these feelings that I had. And the moment I did not have this information, I thought I'm broken. There's something wrong with me. There's also a lot of guilt involved in this part. I cannot feel that way, having such a loving family, such a nice surrounding. I'm the mistake here. Like, and after I found out, it became easier. Then we spent another 10 years not talking about it, so that's also interesting. So they told me about it. I said like, okay, wow, great. Now I know. Life became easier. It became more interesting. I became more outgoing. It was great. And then 10 years later, I finally felt ready to actually make a project out of it. So the thing about working on personal projects, especially related to, let's say, traumatic experiences or trauma in general, is that it's so difficult to put your finger on it. Like, if it's already difficult to define trauma. There is a lot of definitions out there. What most of these definitions, also they are from different areas, psychology, philosophy, and one of the things that all have in common is, of course, it's a wound. It comes from the Greek word of wound. But the important aspect of the difference between a traumatic experience and just like a, let's say, bad or sad experience is that it defies two things. It defies time. So as Ulrich Beer says, it's a disorder of memory and time. So basically when you experience something bad and time passes, it becomes a memory, right? So it changes in its quality. The longer time passes, you will look back at it and you can shift it, you can create your own narrative around it. It becomes something else. You restage it every time you you take more control over it. With a traumatic experience, that's not possible because you relive it. So it becomes a circle, and every time it's not a memory, but it's reliving it. So that makes it hard to heal from it and to move on. The other aspect about and the difficulty about trauma is that it defies words, so and visuals actually. So the problem is by saying out loud, like trying to really name the trauma or take a picture of it. We have a lot of discussions of that, of course, in photography as well. It's most of the time, or I believe always, doomed to failure, because the problem is that it either banalizes it, so it becomes a depiction that we cannot completely relate to, so we have to create a stand-in reaction to that, or it's even worse, it triggers for other people, which also normally you don't want to do with words or with images. So in the end, it's always a failure being direct when you try to name it, talk about it, or show it. So I was faced with this problem that when I started to work on this project, that first of all everything had happened in the past. So a lot of things are not there anymore, but a lot of things still are. And the other thing is it's invisible. So how can I show with a visual medium something invisible? And I started to the first thing that a lot of photographers do, and that I also did when I started a project, is you start to document. You never know what to do. You have an idea, and then you're like, okay, what shall I do? First is documenting what is there. You just take images of the place your project is related to. In my case, the house of my parents. I documented my parents in their surroundings, the rooms, all these. I documented objects that were from this time, all these kind of things. And then I worked quite long in this kind of approach, and it was quite frustrating, because all of these things are really loaded for me personally, so they have a very clear meaning, and they are linked to very clear experiences and memories and feelings. But then the moment I show it to another audience who does not have these links to these visuals, they just see, a man working in the garden, a picture of a wood. So I started to realize that this is not, it's not communicative. It's communicating to me what I want to feel and what I want to say, but not to an audience. So I started experimenting with the traces of trauma, because during my research I found out that trauma is stored in the body. Trauma can be stored in objects, in locations, places, in memories, and I found this. I found it fascinating to start to work around the trauma itself by looking at its traces. So I looked what is still there. My body is here. The body of my father is there. The house is still there. It happened in the woods. But then again, if I only document it, it's limited. So I started to interfere in the scenery. I started to stage. I started to create metaphors, partly really born by my thoughts, partly in a very intuitive workflow where I didn't know why I have to take this picture, but I just did. But then others are like really, let's say, a concrete metaphor. Because since it happens in the wood, for example, this image of the built tree with the shadow, it's really this idea that my father went into the woods, and then when he came back, he brought the woods into the house. So that's why you also saw this other picture with the branch in the house, and here the built tree. This is a picture of my father. Yeah, and then it's also for me a lot about balance. I always say I don't believe in secrets, and what I mean with this is that the idea of a secret is to lock something away, to hide it, to cover it, to make it as passive as possible. And I think it's the opposite of the qualities of a secret. I think it's a really active and dynamic thing. It's like an underground monster sometimes. It's like I found this image of when you have a secret, you're like standing in water until here, and you push something unsinkable underwater, which is really big and wobbly, and you all the time try to keep it down there while smiling and trying to hide this action, but still all these air bubbles will come up. You sense the performance of the smile. You sense the trembling of the body of the person. So for me, a secret is per se not possible. And this balance I also included in the imagery. And another quality that was for me very important in this project is the balance of light and dark. So let's say, love and pain. So I of course had a lot of questions about is it okay what I'm doing here, the morals of it. Like I'm telling the story of my family, of my parents, a very hurtful one. But of course I'm telling it, it's not their story, it's my story. But I had to find a way to be true to the whole aspect. And since my parents chose silence out of love, it's very important to also give this aspect a stage. So all these images are actually quite bright, they are cozy, they are calm, they are colorful. But through the content, so the way I photograph, the way I stage, I hope that there is a kind of underlying uneasiness maybe, or a darkness, or a questioning of, but something's wrong, and you cannot name it. And this is in the end also what the photography part of this project tries to be. It tries to be, the visuals are basically the 16-year-old me sensing something, knowing something without really knowing it, and this is what I aiming also for the audience when they look at the visuals. In the end, for me, it is then not enough, because then I feel I continue somehow the circle of silence. So I give hints, but I'm not sharing the whole story, and then again maybe people are intrigued but they are also confused and they step away without knowing what this all is about. So for me the visuals are an important part, but they are basically the entry point to it, and then I included text in this project, which are partly documents, so diary entries of my grandmother or my sister or my father, or essays that I wrote, memories that I have. These are my parents. And the whole project in the end ended as this publication, as this book, where I tried to mimic a little bit the journey of this mystery, let's say. And in this book, I want to show you. Can maybe someone hold the microphone for me, because I have to do it like this. Perfect. So on one hand, oh god, this is weird. On one hand, this is a. Okay, I have to stand up. Sorry. So. on one hand, this is a, let's say, classic photo book. You walk through the pages. You have one image at a spread, and then sooner or later, you will find out that that there's always a text in between the pages. Once you see a quote here, so you can find it. You can not really open it, so you have to work a bit for it. It's a bit uncomfortable to read, but slowly but surely you will get the whole picture. So everything I shared today with you already, and much more details, you will find out. And first you walk through the images being confused. Later you read the text, and the meaning of the images will change, the same as it was for me. For me, in the end, the form of a book became really the ideal way of presenting this work, because it is the quality of time you have to spend. Also, your decision of chronology. Yeah, okay. So you can decide: do you read text first to get the context? Are you flipping through it from the beginning to end? Do you take the time to first look at all the images and then get the context? It's very, you create again your own narrative, like I did with the story, and this is what I really like about it. And later on, there's also images inside the book that you cannot really completely see, but yeah. What's the time? Okay, yeah. So I wanna end with coming back to the beginning with the name. So I said that my name is important for my biography as well, and I just wanna end with this little anecdote. Is weird because it's a sad story, but I never liked my name, my first name, Peter. And I never knew why. Like I always didn't feel connected to it at all. And I was thinking of changing my name, and I didn't know why. And once this secret was revealed, it felt a little bit like an avalanche of new things that I got to know. So we had a lot of discussion about what had happened in the family. And during that period of the time, my parents casually told me about this, the reason why I'm called Peter. And the reason is that my grandmother, after she gave birth to my mom, she gave birth to a little boy that she called Peter, but he had a heart disease and died in the hospital after 3 weeks. But she had 3 other kids at home, so she went at home, and Peter was dying there alone in the hospital. And it's this really, and then in order to kind of remember this, they gave me the name. But they didn't give me this information. So in the end, I knew this one as well. Like, I can only imagine how my grandmother would have felt the first time she was holding me and saying my name for the first time. And knowing this story, I was slowly being able to make peace also with my name. Now I created again my own narrative around this. I'm accepting it. I'm like, this fits into this system now that I created with this project, as I created with my healing, with my therapy, with everything I do. And it might change, but I do have the control of it. I can work with something. I have information that I can react to. And so in the end, the reason why I create this kind of work, and the reason why I create it all, and the reason why I love to talk about these things, present it, get in the dialogue, is exactly that I want to say that we should break the silence. There is so much more damage done by silence than there is done by oversharing. In fact, there are only very, very limited situations I believe in where where not sharing is the ideal solution, if there's any ideal solution at all. But that's why the project is called Now Is Not the Right Time. That's what my parents told me. They always thought it's not the right time to tell me. But when there is never the right time, it's always the right time. So thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Anyone in the audience has a question for Peter?
Peter, and I'm really happy that we are meet. Yes, I like your works a lot. Your story and this house, it's everything. It's feels like some miracles and very interesting experience. And my questions about your work with your parents. It is very interesting because for me, I can imagine I took my parents in my artistic practice. Of course, I use their photos like when they were young, but how is it to make this connection in the art, in the artwork? Very interesting.
Yeah, first of all, I also love that we met. Yeah, the work with my parents, the good thing is that I needed basically 3 years to get some kind of entry into my visual language of staging. So most of the time they were getting used of me running around with the camera and taking images of them. So they, of course, I always asked for consent. They always knew what I was doing, but it was a different thing between photographing my mom cooking or creating this image. So this was a journey. If I would have asked for this at the beginning, it wouldn't have felt right. So we kind of like tiptoed again around it. But there's a beautiful thing about working, like really, it's the right word. Not creating art, like it was working on this topic, because I was not only an artist, I was also a journalist and investigator. So it's much more easy to ask my father a difficult question like, why did you want to kill yourself? As a journalist, putting the camera and the microphones and then just sitting there and saying, so now tell me, Papa. As a son, it's a very difficult question. So for me, using the camera, using the artistic process as a buffer zone to get actually closer in the end. So but that sounds really nice and great. It also has disadvantages. Like now I'm at this point, I'm trying to publish this book. It will be published next year, little advertisement. You can find it also. There's a crowdfunding now going on. It's great if someone wants to support me. But anyways, like now talking about this so much, I'm also almost disconnected. So I have now this real intense feeling of just being able again to say these things out loud and cry. But now I say it out loud, and I have said it out loud so many times that it's not my story anymore. So now I'm working again after the book is out. I will work again to reconnect on a personal level. Yeah.
Thank you, and also Peter, you will lead a workshop tomorrow. The workshop is titled "Personally Universal: Connecting the Inside with the Outside." So there's already a couple of students who signed up, and what should they prepare, be ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, so we will work on this very nice, intriguing problem of how to make something very personal universal, because in the end everything personal is universal, but how this personal is manifested, so how these traces, let's say, of these personal memories and feelings and stuff, they are not universal. So we link it to things that others cannot understand. So how can we then use photography or art in general to link again the very personal object or memory that I have to a general audience? So what I would like you to bring, if you want to join the workshop, is really an object that is meaningful to you, that is very personal, that is linked to something intimate maybe, or a photograph, archival image, a photograph that you took and you feel like it doesn't communicate, but it's very important and intimate for you. Or it can also be just a memory. So you words, you say something, this is something I remember and I want to work on it. So you bring something personal, whatever it is, and that you want to share. So something that you are, ready to talk about in our little group. And then I will share my mechanisms, my ways of trying to make these things universal, and then we just try together to come up with ideas and sketches, and then we discuss it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So students who still want to sign up for the workshop of Peter tomorrow, the sign-up sheets are at the door or near the door of the Multilab. So thank you once again, Peter. And thank you also. We will now take a short break of about half an hour. So we'll be back here like around 1 o'clock, a little bit after 1 o'clock. Okay, thank you. So we're continuing the symposium. If everybody can go back to their seat. So welcome back to the symposium Boundaries Biography. We are now in the middle of presentations of international artists, and I'm sure you already noticed that how our artists aren't exclusively photographers, but work also with installation, text, sound, intervention, performance, objects, video, and even liquid silver. So we are successfully exploring the boundaries and will continue doing so. And our next speaker is an independent writer, lecturer and photographer who in 2017 founded the Belgian platform for photo books, or BPPB, an online space that aims to engage and inspire a growing community of artists working with the photo book. Stefan van Tuyne has a long-standing interest in the photo book and devoted a 4 years long research project to it at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp. And in 2020 he received the Writing Photography Award from the German Börse Photography Foundation and the German Gesellschaft für Fotografie. He is currently a visiting lecturer at St. Lucas Antwerp and St. Lucas Brussels, two of the finest graduate level art schools of Belgium. Stefan, welcome to the symposium, and we are ready to listen to your presentation.
Hello, yes, it's on. Thank you, Jan, for the invitation. Thank you all for being here. Last night I promised Jan I would try and get you talking. So I'll do a small effort and see how it goes. My main interest is in the photo book as an artistic medium for photography, and I was wondering, I can't see anyone's faces now because of the light, but I was wondering if any of the students here are making books or have an interest in making books. You can raise your hand if you're thinking of making a book. Yeah. Does anyone want to tell me why? Why a book?
Because it's a wonderful medium.
It's your favorite medium?
Wonderful.
And why do you
Beautiful.
Why? Why is that?
Yeah, because it's a form of communication,
Uh-huh.
and photography, it's best kind of communication is during using book form.
Uh-huh. So you
Exhibitions or book form.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyone else wants to add to that?
Yes, I like the experience of you can touch also the paper, and you can combine different photos together, and you can make your own narrative when you were watching the book. It's like history, and it can be like history like way, and you can understand how you want viewer to see your pictures. So it's very interesting experience to watch on the books.
Thank you. So yeah, we heard a couple of things. The printed page, the fact that you can touch it, the fact that you can build a narrative, that it's an experience for a reader. It's mostly an intimate experience. It's mainly you and the book and the narrative or the story that's in it. Unlike in an exhibition where you're walking in a space, in a sort of medium, and you're navigating through the spaces, seeing a sequence on the wall. But that's one of the things, my main interest is the photo book mainly the book as an artistic medium for photography. So I'm putting these emphasis because I approach it mostly with three questions. First one being how it functions as a medium. I didn't study arts, I studied communication. So how a medium works, any kind of medium, is for me very important. What are the specific traits that the book has as a medium that you can use, that you can use to enhance your story or your images or to create a narrative. How artists use it for photography to communicate what they want to say. And the third question for me is what place it holds within society and within culture, because making a book is one thing, getting it out there is another thing. Once you have the book, it's not finished. It needs to reach an audience. So how do you do that, and where does it? What's the position of the book nowadays? And if I say it's an artistic medium, that means that it resides almost completely in the realm of arts nowadays. That's something that's I think is somewhat of the last 10 years mostly, because the photo book used to be called much more the photographic book, as in the book with images. And it could have been anything. It could have been a catalog, it could be a cookbook, it could be a manual, a science book that had images, that had photographs. But the fact that we call it a photo book nowadays means that we've given it a renewed attention, a sort of reinvention of the medium. And as a result, we have people really paying attention to that. The fact that about 10 years ago, there was a rise of independent publishers who mostly were graphic designers, makes that nowadays there's being paid a lot of attention to sequencing, image sequencing and image and book design, making it an artistic medium. So, like Jan said, in 2017, I started to do some research at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp, and I was mainly curious about what was happening, because the years 2010, 2015 was sort of the golden age of the independent published photo book and the self-published photo book. And there was a lot happening in Belgium, and I wanted to see what was happening. So I created this online platform as a sort of space and as a sort of framework, on the one hand, to collect books digitally. So this is one part of the online platform, is an online inventory or catalog of existing books, mostly contemporary books, which you can just browse. And once if you click on one of the images, you get a bit of a technical summary of where it was printed, how it was how the binding is, who wrote text, if there was any text, and also what it was about, and then some images, a couple of spreads. That was one part of it. The other part involves articles, which means I wrote some articles and I did some interviews and I wrote some essays. But I also commissioned other people who were interested or doing research on the photo book. This one was by Natasha Cristia, a Spanish researcher and curator, who wrote quite an interesting essay on the potentiality of the book, about the book being an object that needs to be activated, not just as a reader to activate a narrative, but also how can you make the photo book into an event where people can come together and where it can activate thinking, activate new work, and how it can keep a history or a story alive and continuing. So at one point in 2018, I organized a symposium, just like this one, Here in the exhibition, I selected a number of books that in one way or another deal with biography, with self and other, with family and politics, time and place. I'm not going to discuss those, but I wanted to return to the one I did in 2018, because the title of the symposium was The Individual, the Political, and the Photo Book. And it actually has a lot of aspects that are relevant in this context as well. The fact that it's the individual that's in the title. My main idea here was that I was noticing that documentary photographers more and more were using the book form to create different narratives than the one that they were proposing through regular news media. So this is a book by Moises Saman called Discordia in 2016. Now he's a magnum photographer, and he covered the Arab Spring for about 4 years. And one of the things he noticed was that every time there was something happening, he would make images and send them to Time magazine, and they would accompany a story by a writer, by a journalist. So this happened throughout his time over there, but meanwhile he was there for 4 years, and at one point he was asking himself, what is happening here? What is this, this revolution? And it was very confusing. But if there's one thing you can't do as a journalist, and then it's saying that you're confused, because the readers of your news magazine, they want clear information. They don't want to hear you say that you're actually not really sure what's happening. So what he did was he made a book, and he worked together with a graphic artist because he had no experience with building a different kind of narrative, building a story that is not just of the news of the moment, but in sort of over arcs a history of 4 years. And this is the opening page of the book. I think it's a very strong opening page, because on the one hand, there's a number of things here that's happening. You see a man shouting at somebody probably, but you don't know. You don't know exactly in what context he is in. You do understand that there's something happening, that this probably is a place that's been bombed, but you don't know anything because there's no captions. And this is one important thing in news, there's always a caption. It's not the case here. So he decided not to do that. Another thing he started to do was work with juxtapositions. If you put two images together, something happens. Here you have an image of Mubarak, the Egyptian president, on the left, which is probably an image of an image. And then on the right you have a young protester. And just by putting these two together, it's as if the young protester is directly acting against President Mubarak, which of course is not the case. Probably in this image he's reacting to what he's seeing, or to police officers or something like that. But putting these two together, something happens. It gets a different meaning. And here too, on the left side you see two women looking down, and on the right side you see a funeral image. And you don't know if these images actually belong together, but it creates the impression that these women are looking down at what is happening in the image on the right. He also uses gatefolds. So in this case, again, the juxtaposition of the images where you have them looking up, and it's as if they're looking at the airplane crashing in the sea, which of course is a bit of a strange connection, but that's how I read it. But then when you open up the gatefold, this is the image you get, which for me then is sort of seems like this is the pilot of that airplane. So this is a sort of fictional narrative that he creates, and by doing so, he's trying to express his emotional state of being there, his confusion of what this is all about. There's a few other examples of using graphic design to really support the narrative. Also sequencing, usually sequencing where there's a sequence in time happening, and here he uses it to show how the square is filling. And this too in news journalism is not going to happen. Photojournalism, usually they pick one image. Is to just split seconds apart. Or in this case, a mother grieving her son. He chooses to publish this entire sequence, which again in news media would never happen. Another thing they focused on was the amount of protesters, and he wanted to focus on their bodies, so he cut them out, or the graphic artist, Daria Birang is her name. They cut them out and they really focused on the performance of the protester, the almost dance moves that they portray. So this is a completely different way of working with his images, and that for me came the question: if you have a book and you're using it in such a thorough or thoughtful way, really thinking about it creatively through design, through image sequence, did it impact documentary photography? And could you say that it has changed the way we look at documentary photography, or are artists changing or having an impact on documentary photography through the book? And I invited a number of speakers. First was Jerry Badger, who he was the keynote speaker, and he's the writer of the Photo Book of History, Volume 1, 2, and 3. And also a specialist in protest and propaganda books. And one of the things he noticed was that more and more contemporary protest books and political books really started from a very personal point of view. It wasn't just documenting as an outsider, somebody visiting. They were really very personal stories. So this is where the biography part comes in. And he said it that the documentary record of the struggle becomes my diary of the struggle. I thought that was really interesting. It's a small shift, but it's quite crucial. And also he felt that many were also retrospective in nature, engaging with history and recent protest issues to demonstrate their relevance to the present. This is another aspect of the book, is that, like with the book by Moise Saman, that you can layer more time and look back at it from a distance. So two speakers that did sort of the same, but the time is different. Dragana Jurisic made a book called You, the Lost Country, and it made me think of what you were saying when you were joking about when the bombs were going to fall. This is what happened, literally happened to Dragana when she was just a teenager in Yugoslavia, before the war started in the 90s. She escaped. She now lives and works in Dublin in Ireland. In Yugoslavia, as the title says, the lost country doesn't exist anymore. So she came back and published a book about it in 2015, using a book by Rebecca West from the 1930s called Black Lamb and Grey Falcon, which is a sort of a travel diary. She used that to guide her and to help her see if there was something left of her country that was now gone. So she made one of those books in retrospect. So quite differently, Laura El Tantawi made a book in the same year called In the Shadow of Pyramids. And this is, I think, quite spectacular because she was going to do a project about identity because she was born in Egypt but raised in the United States. She had lived in London and she was sort of feeling dislocated, and she wanted to go back to Egypt and to do a project about her roots, about where she was from, about identity. But that was shortly before the Arab Spring started, before the revolution on Tahrir Square started. But then it did, and all of a sudden she found herself in the midst of these large, huge protests, and the work, the emphasis, it got a different meaning. All of a sudden it wasn't not just about her identity, but about the identity of her country. So the difference here with Dragana is that Dragana did do it in retrospect, but Laura did it in the midst of all the turmoil, all the upheaval. And it's a very cinematic book. It has some of her own images from archival images, but most of the books are, most of the images are made from inside the protests. So then there was Laia Abril, who's been working on a trilogy of books called The History of Misogyny. And part one, chapter one, was on abortion. Now recently she published part two, chapter two, which deals with rape. But this one was just out, and it basically deals with the difficult access women have to abortion, which last year, especially with the US overturning Wade versus Roe, all of a sudden became very important again. Now she's a journalist. She's trained as a journalist, and she worked in Fabrica in Italy at the Benetton Group, which is a really progressive media agency, really encouraging new methods, and she worked there as a photo editor, as an art director, and as a staff photographer. So she really learned how to work with image and design. And this book is a thoroughly researched book. So it's research journalism, but it doesn't have the same feel and the same look as most theory books on this subject would have, and it doesn't have the look that a news reportage would have. And she works with image and design a lot here. So this is when you change this, this is what you get. This is one of the this image shows some of the ways women have tried to do an illegal abortion using rat poison, for instance. And it has some testimonies and images and portraits. But she never really, one of the things that made me wonder about this book is if the photo book today really resides in the art world, does it actually reach, especially a book like on abortion, you would hope that it would also reach university libraries, departments that deal with women's rights. And then it turns out that that's a bit of a tricky thing, because photo book distribution nowadays is so focused on the art world that it hardly reaches outside that, and that is something I think we need to pay attention to. Another example, Alejandro Cartagena, Santa Barbara, returned jobs back to us Alejandro Cartagena was a very classic documentary photographer, meaning he did work on assignments. He got a briefing, and then he started to make images that would address what was being asked. And then he would submit them, and they'd be published by a magazine. So here he was on a residency in Santa Barbara, and he actually had no briefing, no clear assignment, except that he wanted to make work. And then he started to look at Santa Barbara, what it meant. You had the television show. A Google search learned that there were many Santa Barbaras, not just in California. Oh, I actually mixed up the titles. The blue one is Santa Barbara, shame on us, and not return jobs back to us. That was the first one. It's 3 books also. And so he made this work while Trump was running for president. And he made images on the streets of Santa Barbara, but he also collected archival images from the Library of Santa Barbara, from the internet. And here, instead of making work that addressed a briefing, he thought, let's see what's happening, and let's see if I, through all of these images I collected, if I can build a sequence that in one way or another addresses what is happening in the States right now. Can I grab the atmosphere that is in the air just by using all of these images and putting them in a certain sequence? So this one then clearly addresses all the school shootings. And then obviously there was in California the bushfires also. But here he just really tries to see what is happening and takes an archive of images, his own images, but images that he's getting from everywhere, and see if he can portray how people are feeling. So for him, hearing him speak, he was really energized by that, by the idea that you could use the book as a creative medium to really push the boundaries of narrative, of visual narrative, and to push the medium of document or the genre of documentary photography into new realms, into more of a fictional state, which is something that classic documentary really has a hard time with, using fictional images, and really trying to break through conventions and expectations of classic documentary photography. So Max Binkers is a Belgian photographer, and if we're speaking about pushing the boundaries of classic documentary, he was a Magnum nominee for some time. But what he does is he uses clearly staged images. His photographs have a very artificial lighting that that he gets from fashion photography, editorial photography, really just to emphasize that the idea of being the documentary photographer, the fly on the wall, nobody knows you're here, the classic Life magazine narrative, that he didn't believe in that at all, and he thought, you know, I'm going to show that in the images, showing you that these are clearly staged. And it was fascinating to see that Magnum for some time went along with that, but then ultimately he got voted out. Half of the photographers in Magnum were ready to see where this was going and how he would keep pushing things, and then the other half decided, no, this is not what we stand for. So he never made it to Magnum, which I think actually was very good for him, because now he could really just do whatever he wanted. So this book from 2018 deals with truth in a post-truth era. Yeah, I said that right. He did a road trip to through the United States, but not the classic American road trip, not like Robert Frank or Walker Evans. His was a road trip through stories that deal with truth. Mostly, he had 6 main characters that in one way or another had their story being picked up by mainstream media, and stories that really spoke to people's imagination as being true stories and being miraculous. And then at one point, it turned out they weren't. They weren't true. And the question that Max is asking here is, but what is that? I mean, if somebody really believes that their story is true, and they sincerely believe that what's happening is truth or has truth for them, who are we to say that it's false? And why is media so outraged when something seems to be not exactly as it was being told? So this is a very complex book. It has different layers. It has 6 main stories, and it has different smaller narratives that sort of run through it. And then this image, for instance, on the cover, is sort of like a motif, like you have in music, in a musical composition, a leitmotif. And these are also fake images. He calls these professional mourners. They were actors that he hired, and he asked them to act as if a tragedy just happened, an accident. Or, for instance, one of those school shootings, then, because these are the type of images that you see. These are the type of images that classic news media will show you. And he asked actors to act as if something had happened, but nothing had happened. And these are woven throughout the story. And what he does, this is another one of those. And because this is one of these examples of books where you have a really layered narrative, something that that's very hard to do in an exhibition. You can't do it that way. So here it's like you were saying, Peter, the book form being the ideal format to present a narrative that's not so simple, that's not so straightforward, that's very complex and layered. And he used a lot of texts and the ways he presented text, which I sort of refer to as text architecture. Text not only being informative, as in you can read it and you get more information, but also as a way of showing you, by the way it is displayed on the page, where you are in the book. Are you in one of the 6 main stories or not? And I could go deeper in that, but that would take too long. But it's a very thought out book in terms of structure and how it is built. So he starts with text that is from news media stories about the issue. Like this is about a guy who does not have any training as a subway driver, but he always manages to sneak in there and ride a subway. So that was a big thing. And it ends with, on yellow paper, Max and his wife, who always accompanies him, interviewing him, and then an archival images. And that's when you know, for instance, this is the end of that story, because it always returns in the same way. So this is using the design as a very structural component. This then is one of the small narratives that runs through it. In this case, white vans being suspicious. If you see a white van, be careful, because there's somebody in there who wants to kidnap your child, something like that. And you could see that this was a sub-narrative, because you had the full bleed page and the typography, the text being in the corner in the left. And it was always that way, always in the corner on the left. So then the last person to speak at that symposium was Mark Neville, who nobody actually knew of at the time. I think that might be different now. But the reason nobody knew who Mark Neville was is because the books he made were never commercially available. They were published, but they were never for sale, because he was very much thinking about distribution. He did projects that dealt with community and society, and he really thought about dissemination of the image. This is Deeds Not Words. It's a project in Corby in Northamptonshire, which I'm definitely not pronouncing in the right way. And it dealt with steel fabrics, steel plants that were no longer being used, industrial decline, and because of that, there was a lot of toxic waste in the ground, resulting in children being born with defects. And there was some people of the community had started a trial, and that took a long time, and he went there to photograph it, and he published books. And instead of offering them for sale to, I don't know, the people who buy photo books, he decided that they were all, he sent all of them to official councils, to politicians. He sent them to 433 different how do you call it exactly? Local authorities, that's the word. So none of these books were available for a larger audience, because he really wanted the work to have an impact. So he sent them to the people who thought could make a difference in this case. And it actually happened, but not through the books. It's 2 years later, there was an exhibition being staged of the work, and just one politician that was invited felt like, yeah, we need to do something, and they did change. It did have a change, make a difference at that point, and some political action was being taken. So these are some spreads. The funny thing is that once photo books became a thing, Mark's books became available on eBay for a lot of money. So this is the side effect of the art world thinking photo books are interesting. So I have absolutely no idea how much time I still have. A couple of minutes. Okay, then just to finish, this is a second thing I did. This was just published this year. It's a little book called Moving Through the Space of the Picture and the Page, the photo book as an artistic and architectural medium. This deals with my questions about how the book functions as a medium, as a communication scientist. There's this Marshall McLuhan saying, the medium is the message, and he sees the medium as an environment that has an effect. And if you look at the book as a volume, as an architectural volume, then it becomes really interesting to see how artists use it to have a reader navigate through the book in the same way that a curator will make an exhibition and will have you navigate through the different spaces and creating sequences of spaces, different experiences, so that when you exit the exhibition, hopefully you have experienced what the curator wants you to experience. And a lot of artists working with books do the same, and it's very interesting because specifically with photography, I mean, this type of thing has been done about artist books, and it's been done about cinema. But when you look at it really from a photographic point of view, Image. The questions were for me: how do artists deal with ideas about time, space, surface, and movement within the book volume? The book being as what's his name? I'm forgetting his name. There's an artist whose name escapes me now. Said that the book is a time-space sequence. It's a sequence of spaces, and you experience each of these spaces through time. Depending on how you place an image on a page, you will linger on it or not. You go fast or you go slow, or you yeah. So how do they deal with that, knowing that photography itself deals with time and space and movement in its own way? So how can one reinforce the other? How can one interact with the other? So that was the main focus of this little book. And these are the books that I looked at and wrote about. They're all Belgian books because I was still working within the framework of the Belgian platform for photo books. But you could really expand this and look at so many other books. So very quickly, this is Tine Guns, who uses Japanese manga, the way they use frames. This, for instance, is called an aspect-to-aspect transition. Transition being how you're going from one frame to the next. And there's a lot happening in this little spread. It's one image, but it's not printed as one image. It's printed as in two different frames, and which means that you're going through two frames, but one image. So the time of the book is different of the time in the image. And at the same time, you can see that it also deals with the idea of looking out of a window and seeing that it is a window, because there's a little square of a reflection happening. So these different layers going on. Here it's a bit of a filmic sequence of going up to a house. Here she was working, trying to get suspense into the photo book. And it's sort of like a Hitchcock kind of travel shot coming closer to the house. This is a book by Dirk Braakman. I'll not get into that now. But here again, Dirk Braakman, who really pays a lot of attention to the print, to the surface of the print. And he's somebody who really photographs a lot of very tight, close interiors. And here it becomes very interesting to see how he uses the space of the page, the quality of the printing, to emphasize the shallowness or the narrowness of the space between the camera and the wall, for instance. Or sometimes he rephotographs images with a flash and makes you feel like you can sort of move and the light will be different, but it's not the case because it's in the image. And he then reinforces that in the way his books work. This is all very fast, I know, I'm sorry about that. This is a book that deals with coming closer, sort of like a shot from a movie, from high up and going down, and how long it takes for you to really estimate the right proportions of the landscape. And it's about moving forward and going back. And it takes a while before you see elements that really help you see the right perspective, the right dimensions, and before your eyes sort of touch ground, so to speak. And this is Max Pinkers again, who was also part of it. There's Vincent Delbruck, who on the one hand works with sequence in a sort of stream of consciousness kind of way, but who also started to really work with collage and then the question is, how can you really get the materiality, the object feel of these collages onto the printed page? And then it becomes very technical, and I won't go into that, but he really manages to do that. So the things become very, very tactile. And then there's Aglaia Conrad, who really interchanges between different media, she makes films, mostly structuralist films, makes installations in exhibitions in which the space of the exhibition becomes part of the work, like in the image here. But then she takes that image, an image of that installation, through reproduction, reproduction being an important part of her process as well. And then it becomes part of an image of a book, so the medium becomes the work, becomes the medium again. And she plays around with all of that in a way that is mind-blowing. So here, for instance, as well, she made a structuralist film on the marble quarries in Italy. And she also made photographic images, and here you can see the lines that are in the images, which are clear cuts, which then references the way that marble is being cut away, but also the way film is being cut. And again, here the experience of the book is different than the time experience of the image, because you would sit. I mean, what she could have done was make sure that the edge of the image comes on the edge of the page or in the gutter of the book, but she consciously disregards that, really emphasizing that the time of the image is different than the time of the book, and that the fact of the cutting becomes very clear. So I hope the last part made sense, because it's done.
Thank you, Stefan. Time for questions. Wojciech, yes.
Since the microphone is in front of me. Hi, Stefan. Thank you so much. Can we have maybe some light? Thank you for this journey and exploration. It's very familiar terrain for me in a way, because I graduated at the Rietveld Academy with when Willem van Soetendaal was the head of the department, a graphic designer and kind of pioneer of the Dutch photo book. So I was wondering, because we have met in a couple of weeks ago with Warren Lehrer, who is focusing, let's say, on graphic design and let's say storytelling through graphic design. And he's now working with a project like a digital book. Do you also include it in your research, the digital photo book?
One of the things that's always surprised me is that people call it a digital book or an e-book, because there's been some attempts before to translate it to an online or a digital screen experience. And I mean, I understand why, but I find it strange that people call it a book, because as soon as it's away from the paper, for me, it's no longer a book. It becomes another way of presenting the work, and it's a different medium, and it has its own medium-specific traits and possibilities. But the thing is with screens, and unless it's film, but if it's online in an online environment, it is so. I mean, most of these media exhibitions, news magazines, and even books have their own sort of standards. There's conventions, and people stick to them. They try to sort of break free from them, but there's always, in one way or another, a reference to them. Online, there's no standard. I actually think that the closest thing to a standardization of online presenting of image is Instagram. That's the closest thing we have to a standard platform that people are using, and everybody knows the rules and the conventions of how Instagram works. I think that if you make work and you want to do it in a digital environment, then make use of what the digital environment offers you, and don't stick to just putting a book and just making the book and adding something to it, but then putting it on a PDF or whatever way. I should see what he's working on, but it seems to me that you need to take all the possibilities that a different environment gives you.
It has some let's say interactive features. It has like music sequences and etc. But I think the important thing is the interactive part.
Yeah. Well, one of the
which
things,
of course, like in printed books, you have also like these attempts with QR codes, which are linking you into.
Yeah, I'm also interested to see how that will evolve. But my main idea is, do not literally translate one medium into another. Take your work and see what medium fits best for you, and then take advantage of all that the medium has to offer. And maybe some parts of your work will work better on a screen, and then that part can be there, and maybe other parts of your story or your narrative will function very nicely in a book. Then do that and bring them together, present them in the same way. You can do an exhibition with prints on the wall, a video screen, or an interactive iPad that you can invite the visitor to work with, and then still have something on printed matter that they can look at. There's examples of that, and those for me are the most interesting ones, because it's being conscious of the medium that you're using to show the work. And actually the whole pandemic was very interesting, because you could see that people who had exhibitions going needed to do something else because people couldn't come and see them. And so they turned online, and some did a literal translation of an exhibition space that you could virtually walk through, and it was so bad, in my opinion. It was absolutely terrible. Others really thought, let's transform, not translate, but transform this into something that, like the Foam Talent exhibition, they do it online, and it involves video, interview, moving image, not moving image, how do you say that in English? Still image. And it's very interactive, and it's very interesting, and it's a transformation. PhotoWorks has an exhibition, and what they did, that was really, really nice. A photo festival with different artists, and instead of turning that online, they turned it into a book. It was a festival in a box. And it had a little manual, and it had the work of the artists in different shapes, printed matter, posters or little booklets or whatever. And you could order it online, and they would send it to you. And if you were a school, you could get it for free, I think. And it had a little manual that showed the different possibilities that you could do your own installation at home. And that was really fascinating. I mean, in a way, the pandemic was horrible, obviously, but it also sparks creativity in ways that I hope will still continue. But my main thing is, if you use a medium, don't just translate one into the other, but take full advantage. And online and digital is difficult because it's one of the most, it's anarchy. There's no conventions, and that's just the fun part of it, but it's very, yeah, that's also the challenge.
Thank you, Stefan. Any more questions for Stefan? Yes, there's one in the back. Martina.
Hi, Stefan.
Hey.
Thank you for a very intriguing presentation. And I wanted to ask you if you have a book or books that you regularly come back to, and if so, why? Because I find it fascinating that sometimes we live with some book and we think about it regularly, and it can affect us. Or so that's why I'm asking if you have a book or books that you regularly come back to.
Do I have books that I regularly come back to? Yes, I do, but it depends a bit on if it's from a research point of view or if it's from a personal point of view, because I have a library of books at home, and some of it is because I find them really interesting in terms of how they are used as a book medium. And then there's just the photography that I personally really like, and then the books that I return to because of the way the work speaks to me. And it doesn't always have to do with the book itself. I'm trying to think of a title. It's a bit of a surprise question. One of my favorite, I can tell you what one of my favorite books is. I don't know if it really means anything in this context, but one of my favorite books actually is one that I made a little zine that references that book myself. One of my favorite books is Dogs Chasing My Car in the Desert by John D. Vola, which I think is just absolutely brilliant, and it's actually a big size coffee table book, but it's about the work. The work is brilliant, and it's literally about what the title says. It's John D. Vola in the desert, actually doing another project, but in photographing houses and or shacks, basically. And there's always dogs there, and they chase his car, and he photographed them, and it's so very good. Just check it out if you can. And the book is nothing spectacular in form, but it's also just a way for me to have the work with me. So yeah, that's one I return to a lot because I like it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have to move on to the next guest. Thank you, Stefan. Oxia Villamonte, she graduated in the Department of Photography at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts in Antwerp, Belgium in 2020. And she continued her work in a researcher's position until September 2022. In her project Next of Kin, she works with the archive of Reina Villamonte, her mother, who is also a photographer, as a way to remember, discover and give new life to the images and other contents of the archive. Oxia and Reina Villamonte look alike. With the images in Next of Kin, the artist tries to deceive the viewer into thinking they are one person. Next of Kin presents the viewer an intertwining story that both connects and disconnects the past with the present. If everything goes well with the technique, Oxia, please introduce us to your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Ooh. Okay. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me. It has been very inspiring to listen to everyone who's talked so far today. And I'm happy to present some of my projects here with you. I like to show this was my third bachelor graduation work, and as Jan said, I studied at the Royal Academy of Fine Art in Antwerp. I'll just shortly talk about this work and then my master project and then the research. And so this was a project that I made during my exchange in China, in Guangzhou. And the cover of the book is a girl that I saw walking, and in the beginning of the school year, all the first year students, it was art school, sorry, they have military training, and I saw her and I thought she looked very beautiful. I wanted to take a portrait of her, but I also like that the cover of the book is different than the inside. It shows a kind of like patriarchal image of China, but this project that I made during my exchange was about three friends that I made there, and when I was in high school in Amsterdam, I always longed for a group of people that I felt that I belonged with and we understood each other, and I found that group in China, and the book is about them and the time that we spent together. So I'll just show a couple of photographs of the book. It is not published. I only made a couple of copies. Maybe I'll publish it someday in the future. The three of them, Gogo, Vivian, and Homogenic, are their English names. They're all art students. And they were very much into, at that time, punk music and dressing up and self-expression. So this is not the full book, but these are a couple of photographs. And this was a couple of years ago, but I love that with the medium of the book that it captures this moment in time. Two of them still see each other, but the three of them are not as close as they were then. So we spent almost every day together, and that was just what I documented. It's not the full book, but just a few images. And then for my graduation work, the title of this book is Next of Kin, and next of kin is your closest living relative, which in my case is my mother, we share a really close relationship, but she also studied photography at Columbia College in Chicago, and we moved to Amsterdam, and then my mom tried to pursue photography as a career, but didn't know anyone in Amsterdam, and was photographing me as a child, but didn't speak the language, and kind of stopped her artistic career. Continued photographing me throughout her whole life, and is an artist, but stopped her photographic pursuit. And I love that with this book, her photographs, her work comes back to life. So I chose photographs where she's around the same age that I am. Most of these photographs were taken in Chicago. This is a photograph of me and a girl that I met called Katie. I saw her walking on the street, and she reminded me of my mom in my mom's goth era. So I asked if I could photograph her, and met with her a couple times, and now she's a friend of mine. But I asked to photograph her in her room, because I think someone's personal space also shows a lot about them. So there's a title of the book and my name, and then on the left side is a photograph of my mom when she was a child, and it's one of her favorite photographs of herself, and it's in black and white, so you wouldn't know unless I told you, but she's wearing an all red outfit, and that's her favorite image of herself as a child. This is my mom. And the book is made up, I didn't want it to be obvious at first that the book is about different people, because a lot of who I am is influenced by my mother, and we share a lot of similarities, and we're also different. But I didn't want it. I wanted the viewer to think that we're one person, that our lives are intertwined. And there are ways that you could see that my mom's photographs were taken, that there's a time gap between them. This photograph is a photo booth image, and the paper had a different structure to it, so you can kind of see it on this presentation, but you see it more in the actual book, which I didn't bring with me today, but there is one in the exhibition here in the gallery in Pilsen. And the texts in the book are from my grandma, my mom's mom, and she passed away shortly after I was born. But I really loved her answers to this book that I found in the process of making the book. My book, and her answers I found them very honest, and maybe also things that I could think someday, or thoughts that I could have. Louis was my grandfather, and how I interpret this is that she's contemplating on who she ended up with. And I also love that it says, tell some good advice your mother gave you. And you can't see it because I'm not showing the full book, but the photograph on the right is a photograph that my mom took while she was a student, and I repeated it in the book because I don't know what that means, but just ignore it, or I don't know. But I repeated this photograph of my mom in the book as a design. I designed the book, and I thought I wanted to use that in the design of the book as things that happened in my grandma's life or happened in my mom's life, and similar things happened in my life, and so I wanted to emphasize that in the book design. And I didn't mention it, but I published the book together with Stockmann's art books, with Bruno de Vos in Belgium. So on the left is a photograph of me, and on the right a photograph of my mother. And all the notes are from my grandma. On the right is a photograph of my mom and my mom's best friend, who's kind of like a second mother to me. It's not my grandma. People think that because of the text and the image together. So it is, there is truth in this work, but also, confusion and fictional narratives that are created as a self-portrait. On the right is a photograph of my mom in her skinhead phase, not the racist kind, but and it's her first camera that she's holding a Canon AE1, and I kind of stole that camera from her, but now she has it back because she's actually photographing again, more. On the left is a photograph of me, my mom, and here's a photograph of me and Katie and my mom and a friend of hers. But I like that we all start to look like one person. On the left is a photograph that my mom took while she was a student, and on the right is a self-portrait that I took, but I like that it could be the same guy. So not only, do we kind of look alike and are we similar, but we also choose similar people to surround ourselves with at certain times in your life. And this is a note from my grandma, but I left the question away. It says in the trunk of the old car in the backyard. And this was how I presented the work at my graduation show. And I had my desk and some of the books on the table, and my mirror from my room, and a sheet with silkscreen images of the work on it, and some of the research, different versions of the book. And then this was another way that I presented the work. And then I will show you guys, I guess there's still time, some of the research project that I have worked on this past year and am continuing. Yeah, I'll show you just a short video quickly, and then if there's sound, if there's no sound, then I don't know if I have to turn that on. And if it's not possible, it's okay. Yeah. If it doesn't work, I can just explain it. Okay, it's no problem. Anyway, it's just a video that I took when I was 9, and in the video I am making fun of my mother because she's driving very slowly. How do I get to big screen again? Like this? No. How do you get? Oh, it's on here. Not paying attention. Okay. So for the research project, I wanted to continue working with my family's archive, and I wanted to go back to some places from their past. I'm not sure how to get that away. Oh, okay, cool. So before I left, I spent 10 months traveling in America, which I was born in Chicago but raised in Amsterdam, and before I left, I was searching, like Google image, searching some of the houses where my mom had lived. And yeah, the video that I was going to show, but it's not too important, hopefully you'll see it someday, was at the same age that I am in these photographs, on a road trip that I did together with my mom, where we traveled from Seattle to San Francisco, and she drove until she was too tired, and we ended up in a really interesting place. But anyway, I really documented that trip. Anyway, and this is part of the research project where I went. Most of the places were related to places from my parents' past, where they were born and where they lived, but also I also chose to go to some places to distribute my book, Next of Kin. I brought a suitcase of books with me, and I wanted to go to like Printed Matter in New York and Photo Eye, which is the oldest photo bookstore in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and yeah, so just to distribute. I traveled mostly by train, by Amtrak. This in Colorado, where my mom had lived at some point in her childhood. They moved around a lot, and where her childhood best friend is living now. And I also have some photographs, references of other artists who are inspiring me in my practice that I'm developing, such as Francesca Woodman. Here's a photograph of my mother and her when she was a kid. Yeah, on the left is a photograph of my mom in Colorado, and on the right, a photograph of my mother's childhood friend's son. So this project is still, I came back in August, and I want to make another, it's going to be a book, but what I'm showing you here now is still a work in progress, so it might look very different. But on the right is a photograph of one of the homes that my mom lived in, where her family, where her parents got divorced, and on the left is a photograph, like an archive photograph, and here's my mom and her brother. She was the youngest, only girl. Yeah, so it was special to go to all the houses where she lived and to revisit that together with her. A photograph of my mom's brothers in the shed that they used to rehearse in. Photograph inside the house, and this a place called the North Pole, which is an old amusement park in Colorado where my mom and her family went in their childhood. And I love that on the slide you can see how often people went down, and here's a archive photograph of my mom's family. And the mattress is also completely torn. But I'm still figuring out the balance between the archive and the new images that I made. This was the last home that my grandma lived in, that she loved. And on the left is a self-portrait at my grandma's grave, and on the right, a photograph of a Corpus Christi Catholic celebration. My family in Nebraska is Catholic. On the left is a photograph of my cousin, and on the right, a photograph of my grandma, the one who wrote the notes in the next of kin book. I think they look alike. On the left is my cousin, and another photograph of the North Pole. It's also the North Pole. There's a photograph of me and my uncle and my mom, and so that's her brother, and they grew up around motorcycles. But I also, love that through this research project, I kind of, reconnected and also got to know my family better, because I grew up in Amsterdam. I feel like I missed quite a lot. And well, they also weren't present everywhere throughout my life. And on the right is another photograph of my cousin. On the left is a photograph of me, and a friend of my mom's and a friend of mine. And she actually also studied photography at the Rietveld. I'm not sure if she studied in the same time as you, but her name is Alexandra Tessenson, and she made a really beautiful series with her son, self-portraits with her son. And she, kind of similar to my mom, different story, but also stopped her artistic career and is now trying to, again, pursue that. And I find it really interesting also to have, these women in my life. And it's also, just important to continue, even though it's also hard sometimes. And on the left is a photograph of my uncle holding a rosary that was my grandfather's, so that's the right is my grandpa, and he gave that rosary to my uncle right before he died. But I am afterwards I look back at the archive and I look for similarities and images, and this is what I have now. But like I said, it still could change a lot. There's quite a lot of photographs from time in Nebraska, because that's where quite a lot of my family lives. And I really enjoy reading biographies. And this past summer I read the biography of Diane Arbus, which I highly recommend, and I found it very inspiring. There's a lot that I didn't know about her, which I enjoyed discovering. Well, she's also a photographer that I love. My cousins. I photograph my same cousin quite a lot. And my grandma, two priests that came over for dinner, and my cousins, Nebraska. My cousin and my mom. My cousin and my grandpa and his father as a child. My same uncle, the motorcycles. Portraits of church kids. Some photographs from someone who I met on the Amtrak who traveled around America in this van. Also portraits of people I met. Portraits of me and my cousins. My cousin and two twins from church. Also my cousin. And I don't know if you can read the sign, but it says, "Take my hand, not my life." Nebraska is a very conservative state. And the church has a firework cell where they were selling like gun-shaped fireworks. And then the sign says, "Respect life." My cousin and Susan Sontag, a biography written by Benjamin Moser about Susan Sontag, and she's also a huge inspiration. I don't know if you can read the sign, but it says, "Take pride in America, speak English." my cousins and one of the girl at my cousin's baseball game, Mall of America, place that I would love to never return to, but it's in Minneapolis. More photographs from the fireworks stand and Trump fireworks. My aunt and my cousin. All the women in the church are making flower arrangements for Corpus Christi. It's a photograph of the priests we had over for dinner, but I actually like this photograph more than the one of their faces, just their shoes. Someone who I met in Nebraska, I fell in and out of love with. My cousins on the train tracks. Taking the train from Nebraska to Los Angeles, and this was one of my roommates in Los Angeles, and a book by Joan Didion about her daughter's death. But I put it in the presentation because I really love her way of writing. She repeats sentences a lot, and I read this a couple months ago, but it inspires me for photo books that I want to make. Another one of my roommates, childhood friend. This are the hands of my mother's midwife, the woman who brought me into life. I was born at home in Chicago, and I met with her. She sent me a really beautiful message a couple years ago that she remembered the music that was playing when I was born, which was Sinead O'Connor, which your presentation reminded me a little bit of this speech of her when shortly after she tore up the image of the Pope, she was invited to come and sing, and everyone was booing her off stage, and she sang a song, she kind of spoke the Bob Marley lyrics about war. If you haven't seen it, I really recommend it. Very powerful. Friend of mine in Los Angeles, photograph of my mom and me in bed, and a book of Chantal Ackerman, whose practice inspires me a lot, and who also has made a lot of work about her mother. My mom's feet, me and my mom in the redwoods. Some portraits of people I met along the way. Mother and daughter that I met on the train from Seattle to Boston, and they remind me of a relationship between me and my mom. This was my half-brother in the Boston Museum School Library, and some of the books that we looked at, I hadn't seen him for 10 years, and he's also into analog photography, and so we were looking at photo books all day, Sophie Cal, Francesca Woodman, and this artist edition, Tattoo Fuck You, but I forget the name of the artist, but it's a really great book. These are two other photographers that I met in New York, Matthew Beck and Sarah Messinger, who are incredibly inspiring, and I stayed with one of them and showed me all these photo books. It was nice to share. I also went to my mom's high school reunion. She wasn't there, but I went and got to meet some people from her past, and they made fun of me because I was wearing walking shoes, and that my mom introduced them to what Dr. Martens were. Like, they didn't know. Yeah, that's all for now. If there are
Thank you, Oxia. Anyone wants to ask Oxia a question? You will also lead a workshop tomorrow, Oxia, so maybe this is a good time for you to tell the students who sign up for your workshop what they should prepare or do.
Yeah, I thought it was maybe interesting to stay in the theme of the or one of the themes of the next of kin book, and I thought maybe it's up to the students if they want to bring a photograph of, could be a relative, but doesn't have to be someone that they either think that they share a resemblance with, doesn't have to look exactly the same, but And then I would like to maybe try and recreate that photograph. Yeah, I hope that's a bit clear. If not, just come up to me and ask.
Yeah. So if you're still interested in signing up, you can do so. The sheets are at the entrance of the Multilab here. We have to move on to the next guest already. So thank you once again, Oxia. From time to time, it happens that we like a person so much that we invite him to participate in an edition of Boundaries for a second time. Indeed, Ross Sawyers was here a couple of years ago for the occasion of the 2019 edition of the project that focused then on integrated photography. Based in Chicago, Ross Sawyers is an associate professor and the chair, not the acting chair, the normal chair, right? Yeah, and the chair of the photography, you act like a chair. And the chair of the photography department at the Columbia College, Chicago. His long-term project is called The Future Isn't What It Used to Be, referring to how in the past futures would be promised that are great and desirable, with flying cars, space travel free for all, and other stuff like iPads and peaceful cohabitation maybe. And then we take a look around us and we notice a pandemic, war, climate and energy crises, inflation, declining life expectancy, and so much more. And that makes Ross think that the future might not be the best place to be. And in that context, he also said that zombie apocalypse movies and TV shows have become popular because we can imagine that kind of end of the world type of future. We can see that as a possibility. Ross, we are eager to learn more about your work.
You just gave my presentation for me.
I knew that.
Yeah,
I knew
thank
that.
you. I appreciate that. There we go. Well, thank you for that, Jan, and thanks for having me back. It is always a shock when I'm invited back someplace. So I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you being here, and it's a really phenomenal resource you all have access to, that you get to come to these every year or two. And it's great to meet my colleagues. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here. So I'm going to talk to you about my my work. And if I let the mic slip, somebody yell at me. I want to start with this image, and I'll preface a couple of things. One is everything I'm going to tell you about my work is true. But only for today. I can't make any promises in the future. And I say that a little tongue-in-cheek, but in reality, my perception of my own work changes quite a bit over time. So the things, with this image, for instance, so as I was putting together this presentation, there were still some notes attached to it from a previous presentation that I looked at, and it's like, I don't even know who wrote them, because they're not relate to what I think about with this image anymore. So a big, for my work, and I'll just say this up front, all of the photographs you're going to see today of mine are of spaces that I have built in a studio and then photographed. So these are all constructed spaces. And I want to start with this image because this image represents an important time in my work as an artist, where it was 2009, and I really started to shift my work from sort of a problem-solving mentality to a problem-seeking mentality. So, and what I mean by that is, prior to 2009, I spent most of my time and effort as an artist trying to make sense of the moment of space and time that I exist in. And then, like I keep saying, around 2009, I really shifted my perspective, and instead of trying to make sense of my moment in space-time, I really just started to really world build and just create my own moments in space and time. And one of the significant things about this particular image for me that I'll talk a lot about moving forward is the act of drawing. It's sort of a lifelong pursuit of mine to figure out how to marry photography and the act of drawing. And I think of drawing very loosely. For years, even going all the way back to art school, I was very self-conscious about my inability to render drawings, right? To draw an object in a way to make it look like the thing that that I was drawing. That always, my lack of ability to do that always really held me back. And at some point, it was through research into cave paintings that I really started to rethink my ideas about drawing and really what the act of drawing is. And very little of drawing is actually the process of rendering an object to look like the thing. And so in this case, all these like blue lines on the wall of this space, these are made with a chalk line, which is a really common contractor's tool that they use to make, you know, straight lines on walls. And so, you know, I started to make these lines. I didn't like them, started to erase them, make more, and really investigating that process of drawing within a space that I have created. And that really became, and you'll see in the work I'm making now, it's still very present. And I'm really interested in the notion of drawing as a statement, right? I was here. I made this mark. You know, some of the earliest marks that humans made were outlines of our hands on cave walls as evidence of our presence. And I think that's a significant act, right? To put your mark in a space and say, I was here. Let's see, what's next? So that process of thinking about our leaving marks in spaces coincided with a sort of economic event that some of you, maybe all of you remember, right around 2008, 2009 in the United States. The mortgage or housing market collapsed, triggering a recession and sort of global recession. And one of the things that was happening at that time was lots of people had purchased houses on loans that they actually couldn't afford. And so as those loans were being called, the people couldn't afford to pay them and their houses were foreclosed, which means the bank took them back. And one of the things that happened as a result of that is that as people were forced out of their homes, they made a lot of marks on their homes. And some of them were acts of defiance, like literally writing "fuck you" to Bank of America or whatever. And some of them were acts of utility, you know, ripping the copper out of the walls to sell as they're leaving. And, you know, for me, one of the things that was interesting as I was looking through a lot of these abandoned houses is just that, again, that act of marking one's presence. And so I started to really rethink the way I thought about drawing and photography again. And in this, you know, in a case like this photograph, you know, I'm drawing with a hammer, right? So I'm building the space and then I'm smashing through it with a hammer to make a line. And so I'm drawing with a hammer and then I'm continuing a line with light. And at the same time sort of trying to reference this idea of going back into a cave and putting my hand on a wall as evidence of presence. And, you know, it's always a sort of paradox for me when I'm making work that's directly influenced by something that's tragic. Because ultimately, some of the things that I'm drawn to are the beauty and the tragedy, right? So these spaces that I was actually going into to look at, they're tragic spaces. They're homes that were stripped away from people, you know, that were originally sold to people in a predatory fashion. And then they have done this act of defiance to destroy the place on their way out, and I find that beautiful. But what right is it of mine to find beauty in this tragedy? So it's paradoxical for me to think about things along those lines. And that's again why, you know, why it was so important when I sort of started to make a transition away from work that I was making that was based on things that I was looking for or looking at. And I'm going to kind of move forward here a little bit. And one of the things that started happening for me was I became much more interested in the idea of spaces that didn't exist as opposed to spaces that do exist. So prior to the image you're seeing here, my process was I would go look at things, and then I would come back to my studio and I would make something that exaggerated that thing that I had looked at. And what started happening here was I just started making things. They weren't based on anything specific that I was looking at. They were literal world building. They were me going into my studio and trying to create spaces that I found interesting, and that also had a sort of timelessness to them, that sort of, could exist now, they could have existed 100 years ago, they could exist 100 years from now, and starting to really rethink my understanding of space, and again, our sort of ideas of caves. And so I made a very small number of these, which are really some of the only exteriors that I've ever made. And I made them very purposefully so you can't enter into them. So they don't have doors, they don't have windows. You're only seeing them from the outside. But then also trying to think about what the insides might look like. And also continuing with my really strong interest in mark making and drawing. You can see in this image I've drawn this sort of symbol on the wall. The symbols that might pop up from time to time do have meaning, but they're hidden meanings, and they're not particularly important for me. It's not particularly important to me that you know what the meaning of these symbols is, because I think the inference is more important. So again, really looking at these really small spaces, though. I've always been really focused on a room, to be honest, a domestic room. And so the more, and I don't know if you can see the drawing on the wall here, this one's pretty subtle, but the more I worked in this, worked through this and moved away from making work based on direct observation into work that was much more based on my own, idea of what spaces may or did look like, the more stuck I got. I really started to question a lot of my practice and how I was working. And I mentioned before that 2009 was kind of an important transition for me, and that's because that's the year my son was born. And that was sort of this very odd and profound thing that made me realize that I sort of made this transition from this unwilling participant in our reality to a propagator of it, and that really changed my understanding of responsibility. And I regret it, and also would never change anything about it. So it was an amazing journey for me, and continues to be, which led to the work that I'm making now, which this is the beginning of, where I really just let go of this idea that I wanted to make sense of a world that existed, into an idea of I want to just create worlds that make sense to me. And so you can see that the amount of drawing, painting, mark making really increases. And Stefan mentioned one of my absolute heroes, John Davola. The dogs chasing his cars in the desert is amazing, but some of his work with the house in Venice, California, and Zuma. If you're not familiar with his work, highly recommend it. Anyway, so he's a big influence of mine. And he was doing this series of images called Dark Star, where he was going into these abandoned houses and painting these huge black circles. And I just wanted to crawl inside of him and make that work. But I couldn't, so I did my own thing. And again, really, a lot of these drawings that you're seeing are actually coming right out of, of our past. So I have a large collection of books on prehistoric and cave art, and a lot of these drawings are literal tracings from those books. And then, torn up and put back together. At this point, I was really thinking about this world that may exist where we can't actually go outside anymore. And so an image like this has the moon phases and a sun shining. Works like this, you can see nature motifs, because what kind of imagery do we need if we can't go outside? And again, trying to make a connection between myself and those people who made that profound shift from existing in the world to leaving a mark on the world. And so I did this for, these heavily drawn spaces, which then led to a different kind of making for me, which was my process for most of my career was one of pre-visualization, where I visualized an image that I would want to make, and then I would make that image. And most of the time, the image would look like what it looked like in my brain, and I was happy and I'd move on. If the image that I made didn't look like the thing that I had envisioned, then it usually made me unhappy and I would throw it away and move on. But what started happening here was I just started building, and then I'd photograph, and then I'd build a little bit more, and then I'd photograph. And the space, the object that I'm photographing, whatever you want to describe it as, had this way of telling me when it was ready to be photographed. And I can't really describe it any other way than that. So, my studio is in the basement of my house, and people who see it refer to it as my murder dungeon because it's dark and dank and small. And then I build these weird things in it. I'm this guy in this dark basement building this weird world, and then photographing it, and then building more, and then photographing it. To sort of pick up on what Jan mentioned, this is around the same time that the apocalypse narratives became incredibly popular, at least in the United States. Shows like The Walking Dead, other zombie movies, The Girl on the Bridge, Station 11, which is one of my favorite books. These kind of dystopian future narratives really took off. And I think there's a lot of reasons, I think, right? Like one could make a very strong argument that we live in a dystopia, right? That we live in a failing society. One could argue that we're headed that way. One could argue the opposite, that we live in an incredibly successful society. But one of the things that's interesting to me about the notion of the dystopia or the apocalypse is our ability to imagine what that might be like and then be the heroes of our own narrative, right? To solve that problem for ourselves and our loved ones. The reality is very different than what that fantasy might look like. But for me, putting myself into that space of like, what would the spaces that I make look like in a dystopia that either happens 100 years from now or 100 years ago, or that's currently happening just in a different reality. And sometimes I do think that like an image like this, the reason why I decided to make it is because there's a version of me in another dimension that lives here. These are the kinds of things I think about in my murder dungeon while I'm making these weird objects. And then in addition to that, I'm still on this sort of lifelong journey to figure out what the relationship between drawing and photography is. And so on a very base level, and I think you can see it, so like in an image like this, you can kind of, can you see my mouse? Yeah. You can see these like zigzagging lines. This is wire, just that I got from the hardware store, and to me, that's a drawn line. I'm using wire to create this sort of barrier that you can see through, but you can't move past. So I'm all at the same time still thinking about like what would a lot of people, and I'm one of them, feel like a place doesn't become home until you start to decorate it, till you start to put your stuff in it on the walls, whatever. And so in this world that either exists and I'm just not a participant in, or doesn't exist, or whatever, what kind of things am I going to put on my walls? And mostly it's going to have to be things of my own imagination. So most, if not all, actually all of these to this point and beyond, these are all of the same basic construction, right? So it just keeps growing. And like I said, it just has this weird way, or had this weird way, of telling me when it was ready to be photographed. And again, this one to me is like, I look at this and I see a drawing. All of these vertical repeating lines to me are drawn lines. They're not built lines or photographed lines. And so It was a complete just shift in my thinking about how I use the camera, how I use this medium to make this thing that just keeps growing and growing and growing until eventually it collapsed. And I was kind of bummed that it collapsed, and then I was like, well, no, I'll make a picture of it, and then I'll tear it down and start something new. But I didn't. I took a picture of it, and then I took another picture of it, and then I rebuilt it, sort of, and kept photographing it. Because just like in my head, like the collapse is part of it, right? It's like it goes from something functional and beautiful to something that doesn't work, to something that kind of really doesn't work, to something that works in a different way. And you know, all of the while sort of thinking about you know, this pseudo fantasy world in which, you know, I've built a cave for my family, and then decorated it for them too, because I'm a nice guy. And you know, so I'm all of this is leading to the objects that are in the gallery right now. And am I okay on time? Okay, damn it. So now I feel pressure. All right, so I'm going to fast forward here. So this leads to this sort of shift, another big shift in my work, which is something that I feel like I've been, you know, hurtling towards, you know, for my entire artistic career, which is really figuring out how to engage photography in a very photographic way, but also incorporate and engage it with other mediums. And this is an exhibition I did very recently that included what I refer to as field signs. And just to give you a little bit of context, some of you may have seen this. I made this from the van on my way here. This is the kind of field sign that I'm interested in. In some ways, this one's way better than anything I could ever do. I made a picture of it from a moving car, and I texted Jan, and I was like, what the fuck is this? I don't know, like, can I show this? Is there hidden meaning? And of course, Jan was like, well, there's hidden meaning in everything. And I was like, you're right. So these are the kinds of things that I would, not this exact thing, in the United States, they're rectangles, but driving through the countryside and seeing these signs, you know, for McDonald's or Burger King or whatever, became really interesting to me. So I started to make these structures then that, again, I refer to as field signs that hold my photographs. And so, because what are we going to put on all these billboards and all this advertising when the world ends? It's not. I don't want to look at a McDonald's logo anymore. So why not look at my work? So yeah, I moved into making these structures that hold my photographs. This one's a loose interpretation of a bus stop, but you can't enter it or sit in it. The ones that are in the gallery were not made by me. I don't know if the person who made them is here, but if you are, you did a great job, thank you. But I've learned some things, and so for example, this one down at the bottom here, you can see there's this green, and that's just a result of found material. But when I saw the one in the gallery here, it doesn't have that green on it, and I really missed that green, which I never would have said until seeing one that didn't have it. So it's been a really interesting process for me to see these reimagined in a space, literally on the other side of the globe, made by somebody else. Yeah, and so I think this might be my last, no, that's my last image. That just kind of shows them situated in a space. You know, and one last thing I'll say is that Jan totally blew my mind. He doesn't know this, but you do it on a regular basis. But anyway, in the gallery here, they're all askew. None of them are at 90 degrees to the walls. And as you can see, I'm very, like, they're perfectly, like, and I walked into the gallery and at first I was like, my first instinct was like, I gotta straighten all of these. But I really like them askew. So it's been a really interesting experience to travel from Chicago to Pilsen and to see versions of this work that exist that I didn't make. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ross. A question? Yes, Stefan.
You were saying that you used the wire as drawings.
Yeah.
And then in the end you have like the construction that holds the image, but I was wondering, would you ever mark the image itself? Would you ever intervene in the image, draw on top of the image, or does it has to stay inside the image?
Yes. No, I don't know. I have a fantasy of making photographs that then I draw on top of. I have yet to see that be done really successfully by anybody. If you do that, I'm sorry. I'm sure you do it well. So, including myself, I've tried it before, and so I'm very interested in it. I think, one of the things that's hard for me right now is I'm really interested in this really, really glossy metallic paper. And I feel like if I'm going to do what you're talking about, it needs to be a paper with some tooth, so it'll actually hold a line. Yes, but it may be another 10, 20 years before I figure out how to do that. But I am actually really interested in the possibility of making that work.
More questions?
I actually keep this one. Where's the other one? That's part of it for sure, yeah. So the optical perspective, also the notion of who made these photographs and in what way did they make them, right? So like, if I'm showing you a photograph of a space that is completely covered in my drawings, like did I make that photograph or did somebody else make that photograph, and were they making it of my drawings? Like I think there's a sort of photographic tie-in that I'm really interested in. I will also say, and again, I don't want to just sound like a fanboy for John Davola, but he gave an interview. He does a lot of drawing and painting in his photographs, and somebody asked him about how he feels about his skills as a painter, and he's like, I'm not a painter, so I can make really bad paintings because I'm just making photographs of them. And so that's kind of how I feel. Like I feel like I was saying earlier, I had this real insecurity of not being able to draw this mouse to look like a mouse. But when I'm drawing on a wall of a space that's going to be photographed, I'm making a photograph, so I don't have to care about what the quality of the drawing is, which had this really paradoxical effect of making me really love my drawings. And so I actually do make just drawings now. So how that continues to evolve with photography is to be seen. But there's definitely that transformative aspect of the camera that's important to me.
Question there in the back by Jitka. Jitka, could you get the microphone for Michael? Yes.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I really enjoyed it. I wanted to ask, when you showed the first rooms where you used the hammer to destroy the wall, like I got the perception that the rooms are like big. And then you showed the other like sculptures that you draw, like let's say, with objects. How big is the scale? Because you said that you did it in a basement, and it like seems some of them looks really like huge, but at the same time the material seems really like small.
Yeah, I love that question, and you answered it. You asked it beautifully, and it relates a little bit to what I was just talking about, which. One of the things I love about photography, I get asked, less so now than in the past, but I used to get asked all the time, why don't you just show the objects that you make? Why do you photograph them? And to me, the answer is obvious, but I'm also me, so I know what I'm thinking. The camera is a transformative tool, right? It transforms the things that it photographs, right? We're conditioned to think differently, but the reality is that it makes something different. So all of those scale ambiguities are on purpose. So just to be very practical about it, the work I showed at the beginning, that one you mentioned, the floor to ceiling in that is and I'm sorry, I'm an American, so we use standard measurement, not metric, so you'll have to convert it, but it's about 18 inches from floor to ceiling. I don't know how many centimeters or meters that is. So they're not very big, right? They're tabletop. The work that I'm doing now that kind of grows, it's still not huge. I have a 4 foot by 4 foot studio table that's on. It's actually a turntable, so I can rotate it, and all of that fits onto that table. So they're much bigger than they used to be, but they're still not very big.
Thank you, Ross. You will do a workshop tomorrow, I guess. It's called World Building and Photography. So students who signed up, maybe you can tell them a bit more about what they should bring or do or prepare for.
Yeah, nothing matters and we're all going to die, so it doesn't.
He said it.
I told you. Anyway, no, so yeah, I'll try to do this quickly, but so again, this goes back to what we were just talking about. You know, we are oftentimes are conditioned to think about photography, and particularly the frame of the camera, as a device to include and exclude, right? So when I look through the viewfinder of my camera, I'm deciding what gets put inside of that box and what stays outside of that box. But I think the way that I think about photography and the way we're going to think about it collectively tomorrow is the space in front of the camera is an empty cube, right? So we're not thinking about a frame that we're including and excluding. We're thinking about the space in front of the camera as an empty cube, and we're gonna create an environment to sit in front of the camera for the camera. So, you know, I keep looking at this square here. I don't think these tables will be here tomorrow, but if they were, this would be our empty cube for the camera. So if you're going to be here, I hope I haven't turned you off, but bring stuff, bring objects, bring things we can use as backdrops, things we can use to create worlds. So it can be toys, it could be an apple core, it could be whatever you want. Just bring stuff. And if you don't bring anything, then we'll use what we find around. I got a tour of this building yesterday. There's a lot of good stuff that we can scam. So we'll figure something out.
Great, sounds really great. Thank you, Ross. So our last guests of today's symposium are Zuzana Markéta Macková and Maxine Veit. They are emerging artists from the Czech Republic, studied photography at FAMU in Prague, and are currently studying at the Dutch Art Institute in Arnhem, the Netherlands. Veit are a queer media artist who work with video, sound, games, and installations on projects that deal with digital nostalgia and failing utopian modernist ideals, viewed through the lens of gender-fluid temporality. Macková works with sound, video, photography, fiction narratives, sci-fi, the near future, and dystopia. I think that's why I put you together, actually. In the exhibition, Boundaries Biography, they participate with a collaborative artwork that was initially created for an exhibition in Basel, Switzerland, to which they were invited to present a work that would reflect on Central Europe. So in their video, Eastern but Make It Central, they comment on something called the eagerness of the Czech Republic to present itself as a more desirable place by advertising it as geographically located not in Eastern but in Central Europe. Zuzana and Maxine, welcome to the symposium. I believe Maxine Veit is online, at least that's what we plan on. And we want to know everything about you in the time span of 25 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for inviting us. Hi, Maxine, it's good to see you.
Hello, hello everyone.
I would start with a super brief introduction of my work and then you can go. It's okay? Yeah, hi, I'm Zuzana Markéta. I'm coming from Czech Republic, and Maxine and I met 8 years ago at a secondary graphic school of Prague at the Photography and New Media department, and we've been collaborating ever since, not as a duo, but we used to curate together, and we also did a podcast together. There's going to be a QR code in the presentation. Of course, we did a podcast. Yeah. I don't know what to say more about my specific work because basically everything that I prepared already Jan said. Thank you, Jan. Yeah, this is the QR code for the podcast. Maxine, would you like to go talk about yourself?
Yes. Hello, everyone. It was really nice listening to you all the whole day. So I'm going to try to be brief as well. So my interest mainly lays in new media, and specifically in the queer game studies. I'm also a member of a queer games collective that's partly research, partly artist, partly whatever we want to call it at that specific time, dealing with exactly queer discourses in video games and how they can shape our identities, not only in representing us, but also in how the action of play sort of shifts our own perception of ourselves and others. I'm thinking that also a crucial element to this piece that we will show you is the fact that, as Zuzana has mentioned, we have studied together for 8 years now, going through different things, and also specifically going through both Czech high school education and university education in the arts, and then suddenly being thrown into a group of 60 people who are all from different countries, mostly European, at the Dutch Art Institute. And as much as it feels like that we already live in a globalized society where sort of these things, at least on a European level, you don't notice, we realize that we do notice them quite a lot, actually. And I think we have been sort of dealing with this on in this work specifically as well. So I don't know, do you wanna start, or do I do?
I would just quickly add that we studied at Hynek Alts and Jan Kratochvíl studio at FAMU, and it was studio of new media, then shifted into studio of new aesthetics. And the fact that it was new aesthetics really much shaped this concrete work, because we are working with a different ways of seeing stuff through a different perspective, meaning from like super rich country in Switzerland, looking at work of Central European artists presenting themselves through the lens of being Eastern Europe. I think you can play the little short part of the video.
Yes. Sorry, let me just I'll have to stop sharing and share the video now. Share sound. Can everyone see this? Is this okay?
Yes.
Good.
Leden 1993. Studie ID v rozsahu Nové Dvory, hlavní nádraží, navrhuje varianty využívající lehkých dopravních systémů. By bylo řešeno jako plně automatizované s vozidly na pneumatikách systému VAL, tedy francouzského typu Véhicule automatique léger. Aplikovány by zde byly obě možnosti vedení trasy, tedy koridor P, křížení s trasou ve stanici Pankrác, i koridor K, křížení s trasou ve stanici Kačerov. Stavební délka jednotlivých variant se pohybuje mezi 8,9 až 9,6 km v koridoru K a činila by tak podíl povrchového vedení trasy cca 50%. Říjen 2002. Předseda výboru územního rozvoje pražského zastupitelstva Vladimír Geringer navrhuje postavit do roku 2010 prostřednictvím soukromého investora. Na novou stavbu existují detailní studie metroprojektu a stavební uzávěry, ale s výstavbou se počítá nejdříve po roce 2010. Během 2 let by se dal projekt dotáhnout do fáze územního rozhodnutí a nic by nebránilo výběrovému řízení na investora a zároveň provozovatele na 30 až 50 let. Město nebude schopno zafinancovat novou linku a proto je jedinou šancí na její výstavbu soukromý investor a provozovatel. Tomu by se měla investice vrátit formou jízdného a městských státních dotací. Podle Geringera investor postaví hře rychle, úsporně, efektivně a kvalitu a náklady pohlídá lépe než úředník. Květen 2004. Budoucí hře bude možná vypadat úplně jinak než nynější realizace tohoto typu. Magistrát uvažuje o tom, že půjde o takzvaně zlehčenou verzi. Výhodami tohoto řešení jsou asi o 1/3 nižší náklady na výstavbu i provoz. Odborníci na tento druh provedení momentálně zpracovávají studie.
Sorry, just let me, yeah. So, I will probably slowly just continue with what it is what we're doing. Why are we talking about Central and Eastern, and what does this mean? I don't think we have a definite answer to this. First of all, second of all, I think that sort of what has already been mentioned, I think, is are the conditions under which this sort of artwork came to life. So one of our colleagues from the university, also a curator of DOC in Basel, has invited us for a show there. There was sort of like a one-day opening thing. And we were sort of thinking, okay, what does this mean? Like, what are the hierarchies of this space, both sort of economical and other hierarchies that are present there? Because we're two basically kids from central, whatever Eastern part, with financially much more disadvantaged than sort of an average Swiss person. And now we're coming into Switzerland to sort of show something. Both of us are dealing with sort of these questions of our own identity within the geographical and political and social space that we sort of are dealing with, both as at the same time quite privileged people, but in comparison to what? So there's this sort of constant movement. And I think that we were sort of using the construction of a new metro line in Prague as sort of a symbolic, or as a fairy tale sort of place where we can sort of discover these dynamics, I would guess. What is interesting, and why we're sort of talking about this, is that the term Central Europe, as well as all of these other terms that we somehow still keep using even after the supposed end of history, are inherently violent. Framing someone as an Eastern European already brings in certain elements, certain connotations with this, as well as Western, and the sort of bizarre term of Central Europe that seems to be used almost purely, or sort of like really proudly, by Czech Republic, also on the level of European Union, is this moment of like, yeah, okay, we can agree that we are not completely Western Europe because we were part of the Soviet bloc, but we are not like those barbarians in the East, like those people that are uneducated, they're horrible, the money doesn't work, there are a lot of corruption, we're not like them. So there's this sort of othering of basically both sides, and this sort of geographical space in the middle creates certain specificities that we're sort of interested in. And in the context of the DAI, and I think also as both as people, we try to avoid this term of we are Central Europeans. Rather, we take into account the fact that we have both, that even though none of us has lived through the previous regime in Czechoslovakia, both of us are obviously deeply entrenched in this space of Eastern Europe and its heritage. I'm sorry, I spoke already for too long, so I'm going to give you your word back.
Yeah, thank you. We are working with the topic of the new metro line D, with the new D line. But in the actual project, there's not a single mention of the words metro, station, wagon, trains, because we wanted to use this story as a placeholder, as a metaphor that is somehow representative of what Eastern means to us, because the actual project comes from 80s, which is like 40 years ago, but Maxine will gonna talk about it more. So we replaced the words that could lead the viewer into knowing what we are actually talking about with a letter R, which is actually purely the only typically Czech thing, because other stuff are kind of stolen or left out from past regimes, or like let's say Germany. We can go even like to the times before. Yeah. So could you, Maxine, talk more about the history of Metro D?
So as the imagery that we're using in the video and now that you're seeing on the presentation suggests, is that it basically depicts a failure of a sort of a declarative utopia of the former regime of the East, of what it meant to be part of the Eastern Bloc. This sort of abundance of housing that is available, and not only available, but also you don't have to pay 60% of your income for it, which sounds truly like a utopia these days. But obviously this was completely this was also not true per se. This might have been true like sort of in early or in late 40s or early 50s, when this was a serious, major, extreme issue. But obviously behind these panel houses and these spaces, there were also sinister reasons for creating them, of centralizing, of better control, etc. But it is this declarative utopia of the East was exactly this, was represented by these places where for gatherings, sort of with public parks, with all of these places. And Metro D, as a fourth line of the subway system, is also, as well as the whole metro system, are all sort of ideas coming from this regime. At the same time, obviously, this project has changed multiple times, as it has been began its construction the last year or 2 years ago. I'm not 100% sure.
This year.
Even this year. I'm sorry. Anyhow, so we were sort of interested in these, in how is once again Eastern and Western represented in its utopias, in its declaration of what it is offering to its citizen. And there's this really interesting movement of the metro now has been moved into sort of a hyper modern project, sort of being built out of ideas from world renowned engineers with driverless cars, basically like a very hyper modern, really, we are there, we have become Western, like this is a project. At the same time, it is being built under all of these houses that you see in the video that are the former utopia of the former regime, that is, however, being completely neglected and is basically sort of slowly falling down under its own weight.
Yeah, what I think it's very interesting that it's actually work on two levels, like two actual levels. You have the normal ground and you have the underground, and on our level, there on the sea level, there's happening unintentional degrowth, which is something that leftists are like talking about a lot. But the reason why this is happening there is the lack of money, and it's kind of funny that at the same spot on Earth are happening two totally different things at one. Sorry, I'm very nervous. Yeah, unintentional degrowth. But also you can understand, and we understand that this is not a critique of trying to improve infrastructure, but we are using it as like a concrete metaphor.
Yeah, I think what is really sort of crucial is that also what the subway line means radically changes if throughout the time, right? Because in the 80s it becomes a part of this, like, okay, yes, we connect sort of the housing where the workers live to the factories and to the workplaces that is sort of closer to the center. But then for sort of in the 90s, this is completely forgotten because there's no money for this. Then early 2000s, it gets resurrected as sort of, again, like a hyper privatization space of like, okay, then we sell a whole part of the public transport system to a private investor who's going to run it for us, which is something that's actually happening in a city where I live currently, in Berlin, where the whole system is privatized, which is also obviously not a solution and brings out horrific situations. And then it slowly moves into this attempt at exactly through an infrastructure project, create some sort of a renown for the nation. And projects like this, there have been many of those. There has been the hyper train to the airport. There have been sort of a different sort of really bizarre, overly priced, unnecessary projects, unlike Metro D, which is actually like an important infrastructure project. But what we see it as is exactly this sort of this playground onto which all of these shifts are from a failing socialism into failing hypercapitalism is constantly happening. So to a certain degree, I think that we can also see it as a parallel between sort of the failing situation of climate change that we're facing currently, that brings out sort of these escapist ideas of like, okay, let's all move to the metaverse. Let's go to Mars or whatever. Let's just not think about the thing that's happening here. Instead, let's go into some sort of a mental underground.
To the actual media principles of our video, of our project, we are working with dualism a lot, like with a juxtaposition. It consists of two main elements, which is the two sounds. You hear the robotic, mechanic, and emotionless sound voice of a female narrator who's reading actual articles that have been presented, that have been published from people that are building and working on a project, Metro Line D. And the other voice that you can hear is the singing female voice, which is singing in the melody of lullaby, the headlines that's been published from medias about the project. So you have these two points of view about the project, from inside and from outside. As I mentioned earlier, you can never hear any words that would lead you to the actual thing. But apart from replacing words like metro or line, you can hear r, and the rest of it is purely as was published in medias. So yeah, Maxine?
Yes. I think that sort of also one of the parts that we're going for is obviously, first of all, this sort of contact, this contact point. I think we're sort of interested in this contact point. What happens in this sort of very thin space where two things come together, either be it the two voices, or what happens in the ground in between sort of the metro line and the things that are built above it. And also what sort of happens between how the East is seen and how it's seeing itself. And this is sort of partially also represented by the soundscape that you can hear in the background. I'm not sure if you heard it properly. I don't know how loud it was in the space, but there's a sort of a simple sound design in the background that is purely constructed out of video game background sounds, ambient sounds. all from video games that are featuring Eastern European places. While doing this, we found this really hilarious because obviously it's all these like big budget video game companies most of them are based in Western Europe. So this is an eye looking onto us. And ambient music is sort of like, you really need a simple sound that very quickly represents the place where the player is. So sort of there's an element of immersion. And all of these sounds were just heavy rain, really windy places, snow, industrial sounds, tractors, and of course, just like ghostly voices of children who are presumably dead, singing somewhere in the background, which I think we're going for in the voice of the lullaby. And also I think what is really important is that there's some sort of an element of repetition, of the same as with the lullaby that is sort of constructed in a repetitive moment. Also the video is sort of going in a repetitive moment, and also the sound design goes in this sort of rhythm of constantly making you feel like, oh, we're maybe coming to a place, but it never materializes. It never comes to be.
Yeah, and then there's the last aspect, which is the visual, and the visuals are still shot from the environment where the Metro D is going to take place. There, as maybe you can mention, you can notice, but there is no texts actually in the space that the pictures where the shots were shot. So you cannot really identify for sure where it is shot. So unless you're familiar with sídliště, I think Písnice. Yes. You cannot sure, and it could also be understood as a placeholder for any other European, Eastern European, Western European city. So you can also project your own stories and knowledge onto it. Yeah.
Yeah, and sort of under this whole sort of system of quite complexly thought through living that is going through this sort of, as Susanna mentioned, this natural degrowth of just that basically means just neglect by the authorities, or not necessarily neglect, but also privatization of public space that is then being sort of used up and making it unlivable. All of this, and also what the meaning of the metro is changing, is the fact that by building it under this, there's obviously a better connection to the city, which is quite a significant element. However, we are living in a situation where fewer and fewer people own their apartments, but rather rent, meaning that building the metro line will increase the rent for those who are living here already quite far out of center in panel houses, meaning usually lower income people. So by building the metro, the rent will go up and they will be moved once again further from the city center. So from a project that is sort of outwardly presented as an egalitarian sort of project trying to bring them some comfort, it is actually another tool for hypercapitalism, both in the way that that the money is poured under their houses into a sort of a super project, and also by the fact that this super project is basically moving them out again.
Yes, that would be it. If you have any questions, we would be more than happy to answer them, because we love our work and we love talking about it.
Thank you, Zuzana Markéta Máskova and Maxine Veit. Do we have any questions for the duo artists? Well, thank you for explaining the work so thoroughly. It also reminded me, what I think you mentioned it also yesterday, that you used this example of the Metro Line D as a like you sort of like make it a bit more anonymous in the work by replacing the letter and like, you know, taking out metro and metro line and train and car and like stop and whatever, all these words that would indicate that it's about a metro line. And you do that because you want it to be like, you want the narrative to be bigger, right? Like it's like people from different cultures, different countries, whatever, they can identify. They can be reminded of similar type of promises made by politicians and governments for, you know, urban improvements, and then they sort of like stall and it's kept being postponed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Actually, it was very funny how this work was read in the context of Basel, because a few of Basel-based people approached us and they said, "Oh my God, we have the totally same story. There was this project that we're gonna build a metro in Basel, but it's been postponed, blah blah blah." But it makes totally different sense in the context of one of the richest European countries and in a social housing era in Czech Republic. But Maxine, I think we talked about it today earlier, and you said that you would like to say something about it.
Yeah, I think that this is exactly the thing that it did on a quite an interesting level. That very often these projects sort of outwardly present themselves in a similar fashion, which is also that is the intention, right? Like in Basel, this means, oh, we are a rich country, we love our citizens, don't think about the Nazi gold, we will build metro. In Czech Republic, this sort of shifts its meaning, even though outwardly it is presented in a very similar fashion. We even compared the websites that sort of these two projects have. They also carry similar aesthetics. So sort of by removing the Metro D, sort of the specific project that we are talking about, we're exactly abstracting this into having a conversation precisely about what do similar, what politics does infrastructure sort of carry with itself, even though that it might be the same type of infrastructure with the same promises, but what are the differences in what it carries in different cultural, social, economical contexts?
Right. Thank you so much. Michael has a question.
I will have to pass you the mic because Maxine wouldn't hear you.
Thank you. Sorry. Just something on my mind. How conscious is the sort of the double whammy critique in relationship to cultural stereotypes in their, you know, recurring reaffirmations through things of, I guess, fakely economical but truly political notion? Because it seems to me that, you know, there's two things happening here. And Maxine spoke about this in relationship to the video games. I guess the projection of that dystopian Eastern European reality in relationship to a Western European ambition. Would you like to tell us a bit more about that?
I can hear you, Maxine, shivering to answer this question, but I would like to add that, like, it's very conscious. That was like the intention, like that was the motivation why we actually started this work. Maxine.
Yes, I don't know. It is, and it is a definitely sort of a complicated decision to do with its own problematics that I think we're sort of aware of. Also, it has to be taken into account that, right, we're talking about Eastern, but still with the privilege of being viewed as central. So this is also an element of how much our move to do this is motivated by sort of by solidarity, but this also generates certain hierarchies that we not necessarily want to generate, probably. So how do I think we're still figuring out how we're navigating this space. At the same time, yes, all of these sort of, even the aesthetics of the video and the situation that it presents, this sort of like when Eastern Europeans are building something, it's three guys with a shovel looking at the hole, which is precisely what you see in the video. And I think we're intentionally reproducing this also in a sense of sort of the generation of our parents being thrown into this of like, okay, now you have to build this super capitalist progressive utopia for your children, which they have to a large degree succeeded. But then what does this mean for us that are again critical towards perhaps certain elements of this? And what does it mean if we, rather than sort of throw this away, to rather embrace this and say like, okay, but what would it actually mean to work about repair instead of about just sort of a never-ending repairing process, instead of just building new and new and new and growing the thing? How would sort of the experience of the cultural, economical context and political context that we come from, if it would be embraced and not sort of mushed into the inside, what it could do as a not necessarily an opposition, but as a perhaps alternative to never-ending promises of growth.
Can you? Okay, I will pass the mic.
So is it perhaps an idea to interchange repair and reparation in relationship to these realities, Maxine?
Could you be more specific?
Well, I think one is repair in terms of cultural, social. Another thing is the demand, really, for a reparational strategy. I think you mean both.
Yes, very much so. I feel like there is a tension.
Okay, thank you so much. We actually have to close the symposium, but thank you so much, Maxine Veit and Zuzana Markéta Macková. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, dear artists and dear audience, we have come actually to the end of the symposium Boundaries biography, and I think it was a very interesting journey. But we are not completely finished yet. I would like to invite everyone to come to the opening of the exhibition Imposter by Marie Plena, sitting right there. Hi, Marie. In the Entrée Gallery, which is here in the faculty. And after that, we would move to GAFA to take a look at the exhibition Anywhere You Need of Rosalie Skalova. And both of the exhibitions are in fact organized in the context of Boundaries biography and are, of course, not to be missed. Then at 6 o'clock, we will all meet again in the Ladislava Sutnara gallery with the artists. And this will be a good moment for you to mingle or to ask the questions you were afraid to ask during the symposium. And of course, also share a drink together. And so tomorrow, Zuzana Markéta Macková, Michael Mersinis, Thomas Greeno, Stefan van Tuinen, Maria Ralemska and David K. Ross will do portfolio reviews. So sign up if you didn't do it yet. Peter Pflugler, Ross Sayers and Oxia Villamonte will lead workshops. So also please sign up if you didn't do that yet. And the sign-up sheets again are at the entrance of Multilab. So thank you. You were the best audience any curator / symposium moderator can imagine. And I'm of course most grateful to the international guests for taking us all on all different kinds of crazy journeys from into their projects, experience and ideas. So this is the end actually. So thank you so much. Have a nice day.